television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibaba. What I want? Yes, what you about today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you about today? Spoon TV. Spoon. Skidibidi dabado. Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment. Go to the spoon. Yes, I information. To the spoon. To be
From the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon. To get your information. To the spoon. To be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibaba. What I want? Yes, what you about today? Spoon TV.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band. Charges on the beat.
For the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moreover, to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to the spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. If you eat keep on crunchy like my brother, to the spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari.
Well, folks, welcome again to another edition of the program. Yes, Spoon Talk. We are live on Fabric 101.1 FM, Spoon 107.5 FM, Super 95.5, and also on our social media platforms. Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Spoon Talk on YouTube. Welcome. What a great way to climax this week with you. You know, what a very, very firing week it was. And I'm here to climax this week with you. My name is Aaron Kuban, and I'm your sound producer for tonight's edition of the program. James Samuel Gude Flomo is also going to be assisting me here, coordinating this edition of the program while we await the panelists as they come in to do all of the talking while we do the technical work in the back end. James, welcome.
Yeah, Aaron. Thank you there, Papa. How you doing?
I'm okay. And I like to borrow your regular saying that God is money me. Yes, gradually we are moving on.
God money.
Yeah, God money me.
Yeah, so what's up now? What you on, my man? I had a season 4 today. I know today is Saturday. It's a day in Liberia that we used to.
Yes, that's when we used to move it. I don't know what's going on, James.
What's happening?
Especially back then in 2017 on a Saturday like this. You know, when you election year on a Saturday like this, it's gonna be one of your busier days of the week. You gotta move around from programs to programs, calling activities, but everybody they're cool. James, I don't know what's going on. Everything they're cool. Especially after
the term has not reached. Can we attribute that to...
Sorry?
I said probably the time has not reached.
Oh, for that? No, but James, I when I entered the Liberian media somewhere around, though I've not been there for a very long time, somewhere around the end of 2015, 2016. 2016, that was just about a year to the election. And James, I know what happened. Then 2017, 2017 June, I got on the shows, the New Dawn Fabric. I know exactly what happened in this country. I know the type of move that we made and several places that we went, and how we were very much busy because a particular, a very crucial election was coming. And then there's one where we have an
So,
incumbent,
so,
you know,
so
and then
basically,
they play their cool,
so
yeah, yeah,
basically, you are saying the fewer of this 2023 electoral authorities, not really like 2017. What you want to say?
no, it's very cool because James, what I'm saying this is that we are aware that in
Mhm.
2017 we did not have the incumbent contesting for the election. It was, although we had the ruling party having this candidate, sorry, having a candidate in the election who was Joseph Imam Bouaka, but we did not have the
Mhm.
incumbent, Madam Salif at the time, contesting. And government, possesses all of the resources, But that election
Mhm.
was firing. We could see, activities going on, and but there's one that will have an incumbent, contesting in the election. It's quite cold, than when we didn't have the
For
incumbent
me,
contest. I don't know what's going
I believe we're going to see things happening around July, August. Between there, Monrovia is going to be, I mean, Liberia. Liberia is going to be hot between July, August up to October. Things going to be tough, specifically when campaign time is open. Yeah, I think that's the time we're going to see real political activities taking place in Liberia. But
indeed.
for now, yeah, everybody's scared. No, now that they are scared, right? Everyone is like observing the electoral guidelines. You don't have to do pre-campaigning.
Look,
You see people doing,
I mean, the thing
yeah.
happening all around, and I'm pretty campaigning, being able to talk about.
No, they will do it right. They will do it in another form. But I mean, the real campaign time where you will see people coming up to say, "Hey, ha, ha," all the things, vote for Jim, vote for Kuben. These things are not going to happen. But again, maybe basically you are saying no money in the election. You're not seeing that money that people dish out during the
Jim, Jim,
2017 elections. These
maybe,
things are not
let me tell you something. Some,
happening.
some activities, uh, some of the things that have happened in our country from the time President Weah got elected, especially coming to this, I mean, the year before, when the U.S. government hit hit the Liberian government with those sanctions,
Mhm.
from the likes of Prince Johnson, Vani Sherman, coming over to the three other government officials that were heavily sanctioned. That in itself has placed a lot of people in their lay corners. They want to be careful of what they do, because we saw what happened here. Let me just say, I went out with a one of those politicians, because it was not on record. So because of confidence, I will not state the name of the person, because they begged for not to be named. And we were, going around. That individual was going around, giving money. When he reached the other community, they would give 100,000, 150,000. And
2017.
I'm talking about just this
Oh, just a few days ago.
no, about few months ago. And one of the individuals behind that person said to us, when the man giving them money, you don't carry it up. You don't carry that far because the American people, the American people can be
Uh,
looking, can be looking at that about video, and I thought about things like that. So it brought me to the realization that these guys, they have the money, but they looking our Uncle Sam. He could do something.
yes,
If they
sanctions.
just go about splashing the money all around that they did in 2020, when we saw Thomas Farah had that very big coat that he bought all over in the coat, and he had $1,000 note or in a $500
Well,
note,
I
and he was
cover
just giving
Thomas Fala.
200,000, 500,000. Now,
I
I challenge
saw.
anyone to do that in this country right now, especially after the sanction.
I'm coming. The issue of Thomas Fala, as it was during Thomas Fala campaign that I saw real raw money. In Liberia, when we say raw money, we are talking about new money in our Liberian setting. When somebody says when someone says raw money, the person is talking about new money. It was during Thomas Fala campaign that I saw raw money. Where in Buze Quarter. Yes, we went to Buze Quarter. The community dwellers came out and they told him that the transformer there had problem. He asked them how much for the transformer, and I think they said it was around 15,000. Yes, I think between 14 to 15,000, somewhere like that. I saw raw money that people soon. That people saw on the day here to his boss. One guy, one minister, right? He's working at the Ministry of Sports. I think he's one of the assistant ministers there. He's always been on Thomas Fala. Anytime you see Thomas Fala, he's always at his back.
Yeah, he should be either deputy for TVET.
I think he should be a deputy minister.
Deputy for TVET at the Ministry of Youth and Sports. I just forgetting the name. And
always
just talking about this brother again. He said when he usually leaves his job and goes to Lofa County.
He's always with Thomas Fala.
Yes, always with Thomas Fala.
Yeah. So while we were standing,
he just comment his name here.
Yeah, Fala just did him like this. The people saw when he opened his pickup. He had pickup out there. He opened the pickup. He brought it. My man, I mean, Ghana must go. I saw it with money. The people saw give those people 10,000 cash. USD 10,000 cash with 5 million liberty. He told them, yeah, I mean 500 notes, no $100, no $5. I did not see any other cash with Thomas Fala besides USD and $500 no. And he gave them 5 million USD. He told them, he told them, you'll reach me next week. You'll reach to my office. They're going to give you guys something. But guess what now? The funny part about it, the media, there was this agreement. I think even Spoon had to waive that money on the Monrovia City Corporation. There was this agreement that they were to pay for that coverage. After Fala paid $10,000 USD with 5 million, at the end of the day, when we got through, I was like, hey, you reach out to my office that they should pay, you're going to pay for this service. And I think I did your coverage. I'm going now. Where's the money? The guys were like, my man, we can only get you transportation. And then at the end of the day, we will see what to do. I told him, what you saying? He said, my man, y'all get Jim Flomo $20 to pay. I told him, you see that my car parking lot, I $20 gas you can put in that car. But I said, it was that event I made for I had to get friendly. But I said, but they begin first still. I told him, but look at that car parking lot. I $20 gas I can put in that car to be providing coverage. I told him, you guys agreed to pay $200. If you can't pay the money, I see you. And he told the guys, but Jonathan, how we do it? I told him I see you, and that was just how I just left them. I left. I got on my way. I left, and I think that money they did not even pay that money. They did not pay that money. That money left there. I think it was more than even $1,000. The station had to waive that money because we went there through the Monrovia City Corporation team, right? The Jefferson Coaching team. Up to present, they have not paid our money. I think the station just had to waive some of the money. Don't see them like that. They will pay the money.
Yeah, they will get
people
who
provide the coverage, when you charge them, they don't pay your money. So they come in election, you guys will have to be very careful. They would love to use you and spread that message. At the end of the day, they will not give their money. I experienced it a lot with them. Don't see them.
Okay,
they
so,
get out of get the money, but people who doing the work, they will not pay, but they will go and give the money out. Father, spend money. That people don't spend money, brother. I saw money. We went to rural Monserrato. Father did not give 500,000 in my presence.
Everything was million.
He was always above million, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. So people knew now, right? Group of guys just used to put themselves together, endorse Father. Father received the highest endorsement in Monserrato during that time.
Yeah, you got money for a video.
Yeah.
You go endorse the president to get money. So yeah. And I know by now the guys are already planning something like that to endorse politicians. Yes.
And I think it was also in district. Let me conclude this. I think it was also in district number 15, where we saw him standing giving cash to people 500.
Yeah.
People, we have more than 100 people follow giving money to them 100,
Oh.
500. I think we should be having our video. So I think they're not going to do it, man. Nobody's going to spoil money like the way Father did in Maserati. It's not going to happen.
So the chief, yeah.
Oh, I thought he said he was not coming home.
The chief, yeah.
Yeah, I was here. Yeah, that business.
Yeah. The man about.
I got Aaron Kuba.
You mother power. You made me think about Senator Johnson. You said about my mother power.
Anything can happen. It really know where to go. We got to conserve the people. Our people want people. Aaron, but what's up? Where have you been?
I mean, every Saturday I'm on the show. I changed my schedule because so
on the Saturday, James get you?
Yeah, I have Saturday now. So
just one day?
Isn't that enough?
No, we want to see more of you.
So you know,
So
I'm
James-
on the speed now. So
James, look how you get on this Saturday. James ain't like you. Or you asked for Saturday, which one?
we days on swapping. I and Baron. I used to be on Wednesday.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Hey, keep you friend.
I mean, stop, Barra. Don't drink Andrew. Don't do that.
Barra can keep you sharp.
Nah, I disagree. Barra is a good dude. Ruti Deline. How you doing, Ruti?
Barra was just my inbox. Dealing with me, Jada.
Collins Tamba. If this is true, though, I'm hearing a lot of stuff going on, James. Maybe you and Aaron, congrats, by the way. I saw your recognition.
Oh,
yeah,
Congrats to you. Congrats. And, you know, University of Labrador Student Union, ULSU, the best student journalist, certificate of achievement. This certificate is presented to Aaron Kuban, the man from Nema County, Frank Johnson Unson, for being the best student journalist at the Mission University for the academic year 2021-2022. Given honor our signature and logo on this 28th date of April AD 2023. Vavi JM, I mean, you want me to read everything again?
Oh, sorry.
Vavi JM Dukley President and Jeremiah Couple, Social Culture Committee, ULSU. Let's see the picture now. There we go.
How much you receive? You got to share with me.
Cash or anything. It's just a recognition. Yeah.
Now the whole thing about Liberia, people will give you.
Remember that everything you might get cash.
Money. Remember that recognition.
Hello, if you're getting some of these things, at least you should get reward. Even the press.
Man, the university looking for money themselves. Then you want them to get the lead one they get. Don't get us that this thing, man.
That was one of the auspices of the students here. Now you the university itself. Student here.
My man,
don't collaborate there.
David Samuel said, congratulations to you. Doris, how you doing, Miss Doris? Mavina Tia. Hello. Mavana, how you doing? Mark Setu. Mark, what's going on? John Bapu. Boy, it was running going again.
I think
he's going to talk to the guests. He's going to talk to the guests. Oh, we got Magdala Cooper. Madam Magdala Cooper coming on tonight. We're also going to be having Ambassador Rufus Newville. We want to work up and recognize our faithful followers. Everyone, we want to say thank you very much for being who you are and supporting this network the best way you can. Fede Bala. Fede, how's the woman, my man? I saw you with another girl. Was it 3 days ago? I don't know. That's the same lady you always posting on Facebook. Fede. I saw you. I think you were coming by way of New Jersey. Dark-skinned lady. I want to make sure that I'm not telling your wife though. But anyway, Fede, welcome to the show, James. I'm messing with your man, Fede.
Who, Fede?
Yeah, but James, I heard you getting married, man. I saw the woman picture from Poland. Congrats, James.
Yeah, I'm getting married. I'm getting married in July.
Let Jatu see you. She will kill you.
Yeah, getting married in July.
Aaron, I heard that James getting married in July.
He
Congrats to
knows about
James.
it. I share with him.
One girl, one Polish lady. I don't know, her name is so hard to pronounce.
Even, I
but it is
think
what it
Fagon
is.
spoke with her. The minister spoke with the lady.
Japo Paul, Japo, what's up? Bobby Dennis. Hey, my people, listen though. Come on, man. We got Madam Magdalena Cooper coming on tonight. Boy, Fagon looking. Don't bring Fagon on yet. How you looking like he's with somebody? The author Joseph Yima boy got to choose Jeremiah Kun. You're making opposition and mad. Opposition to Joseph Boyka mad at him because of Jeremiah Kun. Philip says, see you don't put me in the two. Philip, that woman when I call for you, I get a picture and Philip, trust me. And he said, fine, that girl you're working with in New Jersey, right across the bridge when you enter Pensacola to the African store. I saw Philip and the girl. He said, I didn't know it was him though. He came to me, he said, hi, CEO. I said, well, who said? He said, Philip Bala, I always watch you.
Man, I want people.
Okay. They were attacking James. But James, I was very surprised though. You're gonna leave Jatuba and marry that girl for true. I don't know why you're doing that. James, stop doing that. Stop.
I thought that you doing it. I took it off.
Turn it off. Yeah, but take it off.
I don't know.
Take it off now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, that the minister is doing it.
Who minister? The minister, he doesn't have access. How he would do
it? He's an American trio.
Yeah, American trio assassin. Somebody called me with this. Oh, I mean, I didn't buy.
Why?
You know why? You're gonna call me while I'm on the show. Don't do this now. Don't do this. Don't do this. I will be leaving the show in the next 3 minutes. Madam is not home, so I decided to jump on. Oh, Patrick the Boss Oka. Patrick, oh man, you retired from journalism. But thank you for doing extremely well. Thank you for leaving it onto your people, one people. Patrick the Boss Oka. Want to say greetings to you, my friend. Louis. What do you say? They say washing from my 3-day soup community. What? Is that a place they call my 3-day soup community? Row?
On Pueblan Road.
Yeah.
Pueblan
Is that a place name? My 3-day soup? You didn't forget. Then we gotta be serious in life.
Maybe that new community.
So wait. We gotta post it, James. Can you pull it up?
I'm not seeing it. So Aaron, the fellow name is Peter Beamer.
I remember I started change conversation. J. Lewis, listen, the message washing, WASHING, right? He washing something from my 3-day soup community on Pueblan Road on Jupiter. What's that?
Yeah. So it means they're not serious community. The community does not exist.
I'm making fun. Why they got Jupiter again on the area? Jupiter F?
Jupiter Road. We got Jupiter Road, yeah. Man, but guys, we want to say thanks very much. The Honorable Eugene Lamy Fagon. We should be having Magdalena Cooper and her associate. They should be appearing shortly if they receive the link. Dr. Richardson is off today. We're also looking forward to hearing from Fadika, Leo, Iremigre, Salamatu Fagon. Oh, I'm sorry, Sister Salamatu. We want to say we will do our best and give you the show as necessary because it is what it is. And golfers, you heard the information. Ambassador Joseph Yiman Boyka yesterday, the 28th of April, named his rescue 2. He's very, very happy. I can assure you he is. I can also tell you that yes, indeed, he's satisfied with his speak. I spoke to him today. We will find a time that the ambassador, the former vice president, appear on Spawn. Also, Jeremiah Kun is delighted to be among the numbers to serve the people of Liberia if elected. He's Jeremiah Kun, senator of Nimba County. He will be the running mate to Joseph Yima Boakai. You got Rescue 1 and you have Rescue 2. We'll also announce today the apologies from Prince Yedu Johnson. Prince Yedu Johnson openly apologized to Madame Yombly Kanga Lawrence, Senator of Grand Bassa County, for words, what he said yesterday on the Spoon Talk. We will share that apologies to you. Again, he was able to speak to Madam Yomblikanga Lawrence today, and they settled the differences. So D. Curtis, leave me alone. The people spoke to each other already. All right, D. Curtis called me. He's all in his feelings. We want to say everything is going back to status quo ante. CDC will be CDC. Unity Party will be Unity Party. CPP will be CPP. There will be no neutrality. You either for or against. You cannot serve two masters at the same time. You either on or you off. Now I will tell you this: my light's on. If I turn my light off, it's off. Right? Error? I cannot have it on and off the same time.
No.
If I put back my left on, it's on. You cannot serve two masters. You either opposition or imposition. You cannot be opposition in the day and imposition in the night. No, that tabata will not work. We are in 2023. We will set the record straight. You either in or you out. You either on or you off. Okay? Folks need to understand this. Fedebara, you need to share this with all your people. That's the way it is. You cannot serve two masters at the same time. We have to stop this in Liberia. We have to be straight up. To err is human, to forgive is divine. We need to move on. Again, as I said, I was so blessed to speak to the Honorable Joseph Yemabwaika. Joseph Yemabwaika, he's so happy with his Rescue 2. They will be hitting the road. They're going to introduce Rescue 2 to the people of Nimba. They're going to receive the son and receive JNB in the next few weeks. It will be announced according to Unity Party. We want to say we will keep the pace, and we should assure you guys on the 13th or 14th, if a CPP convention go through, we will cover the convention in like manners, and we will also discuss CPP. We will wait for Tewan, Ganglord, and do the same, Magdala Cooper and the rest of them. We want to say it's raining here in New Jersey. It's raining where we are, but we are seriously considering you to give you nothing but the best. We have Ambassador Rufus Newville in studio, the man that running against Akaris Mose Gray, the man that say I will beat Akaris Gray because I train him. So we will be giving him, Ambassador Newville, a tough time today as to what his plan for District Number 8. You served in a position before. What's your plan? What are you going to do different this time around? The Honorable Eugene Lami Fagon, former Deputy Minister of Information, Press and Public Relations, under the CDC-led government. The man has served George Weah and the people of Liberia for 3.5 years. And then he will push it out. He was determined to be a cast out. Are you on a mission? Or are you just serving your people again from another angle? Your intro, sir. Talk to us.
Well, you will now have your hijacker today. Fadiga here for you. But anyway, folks in Radio Land, let me say good afternoon wherever you are. Good evening. Those of our folks in the diaspora and around the world, a pleasant good evening. And I'll say to all of you, job well done yesterday. So let me start my intro by sharing with you some of the gossip. Somebody who ran away from their house in rehab and ran away to Now Street was seen walking up and down in the yard, talking about how his friend and Fuhi, and if Maggie were there, Nima was never going to fall. I'm just letting y'all know that my intro. Anything I tell y'all gonna believe me. He blasted everybody. Everybody had to run away from his yard. Wow, his argument was that if that was CDC yesterday, they would have had to spend $1 million bringing people from the process to the district, the food, the water. But yesterday, nobody spent, according to him, nobody spent nothing. The people paid their own way. The people stood in the ring, even though they couldn't hear the speaker then. His frustration was, how can people hear where on Merkin Street somebody speaking? But they still standing in the ring. Crown Head, Johnson Street, Bridge Junction. They're standing in the ring when they can't even see Joseph Waka. People claiming tree. That was his argument. People claiming people buildings to see Joseph Boakai and to be part of history. His argument was if that was CDC, they would say they want 1 million. So the people yesterday spent 1 million. Everybody just, you know, when B-men talking, everybody can just find their waist tento. They just be going small. Everybody just cutting the error. And it has become clear, my fellow Liberians, that this election is about the rescue of Liberia. And we will not lose our focus. And that's why I'm so grateful to Senator Prince Johnson for apologizing to Newville. He said, my son, you know how old, 70 years old, we come all the way here. Victory is inside. I come to the program, I can't see my daughter. How you think I feel? I said, Papa, he said, boy, you know how old now, my daughter accept me, that old man talk. Being the Prince Johnson man, when I talk something to myself, I go listen again. He said, but thank God, my daughter accept me. So go tell the zip up more people then. Let them zip them up. Me and my daughter face our flower. I knew he was talking to UJ Fadiga. He said, tell the zip up more people, and then I call them, me and my daughter one course. But when I left the paper, I said, let me call my sister. I called my sister. I could feel the ice on her chest. She said, I'm a papa, boy, the thing. Anyway, we on course. When she said we on course, she was the first one to use the word rescue in Grand Bassett a few days. So we got a quote. So again, I would say, if you can't win Lofa, and I forget to tell you something, bombing, Bapolu, Cape Man, it gone. It gone. Nobody will talk about those 3 counties. That in Cape Man, the people in the gold camp took the people go and put cyanide in the poor water to poison them. Kill all the fish and the tree there. So don't even go there. Bombing power we already know, Bapolu we already know. Nobody will put a boy in that one. You can see, you're finished talking about snow last week. Here a friend made flower, a friend said, you got to go on the radio. Snow went to 5 different radio stations. But he continued to use one word, if, which is the alternative. Yesterday, Dazo Johnson, I sent picture in the chat room. Dazo was there too. All they put in, the play was so packed. But if you can't win Lofa, you can't win Gong, CEO. You listen to Prince Moiden. You see that man from Bapolo with the white hat? He the former senator. Jim, you know any? You know any, James? You don't forget any. That Ama Zolu Jala there. The former president. That you were saying not seeing because your CDC are closed. Now, that Ama, then you see Dazo, then you see Prince. You don't see nothing here. More pictures. But in the job, we are own minister of post and telecommunication. Kopakwa. At another program, they start costing the man. They say opposition get where in government again. So I will just start by saying, if you can't win Lofa, which you will not win. If you can't win Bon, which you will not win. If you can't win Nima, which you will not win. When Newville, Delon, Jonathan Kaipe, and Basson Garfinley, and Louis Brown, and all them finish talking, that Janjek Bakwe will go depend on the top for you. Because the only person man on a sign on a Janjek Bakwe. So the whole pastor belt, which includes Magibi, pastor, and River says, my friend, even the U.S. Marine cannot help you. The U.S. Marine can't help you. Let it finish. Nobody making argument here. And the reason why it's finished is because extrajudicial killings. You kill people cheering there. Kill people cheering. That means say in the State Department report, extrajudicial killings. Meaning killings that was not sanctioned by the court. You just kill the people then for nothing. That's it. Corruption.
I won't bring you back. I know your 2 minutes is up, but let me give you another 10 seconds. No. I want to ask you a question quick.
Okay, go ahead.
I beg you, before we go to Fadika, and it's good to have Ambassador Rufus Newville on set. He will be our contributing guest for tonight. Fagon, you said the president was pacing up and down. Flacka. And he was complaining.
Yes.
And I will ask you, and I know Al Hussein going to tap into this question. Then we'll take this question to Ambassador Rufus, though. I asked the question yesterday. Josh Manawia, who actually he listened to? Because Miguel is not dead no more. I can tell the Liberian people, Prince Johnson, when the whole thing was starting, Hussein, Prince Johnson said, I want to speak to Miguel. John Manawia told Eugene Nangbe and Samuel Twain and the other people.
And
Kemiya and all of them. Then Prince Johnson said, but is Kemiya looking at me or he looking somewhere else? But that's another story. Because he couldn't understand who Kemiya looking at. Then Prince Johnson got up, he left. He said, I want to talk to Miguel. It's like when Prince Johnson, I'm not going there because it will hit other people, so let me leave it alone. But Prince Johnson will be requesting to say, if I would speak to somebody, Mr. President, though you refuse to talk to me for 3.5 years, now it's election time, I want to talk to Nathaniel Fallow Miguel.
Yes.
You've been with Miguel. You've been with Miguel. Why do you think he was asking for Miguel? 1. 2, why President George Manawia is so disturbed right now? Because the Miguel factor is no longer there. He must listen to Samuel Ditwe and the rest of them. But then they are not breaking through. This one of the biggest political lost. I want you to set this thing up for us. Why are we here today and the frustration hit George Manawia till we got this thing? He was thinking about the program on Friday and we got this thing at their retreat. Hey, James, take it down. We get very with James. James, why you took it down? The president getting out in Florida. Why you took it down? James, put the thing out there, man. But at the end of the day, Fagon, why you think this Miguel issue is so? And the selection now have carried something happening. Why, Eugene?
Well, CEO, it's not a secret. Everybody know I was very close to Miguel. Okay.
Yes.
And the ethnological species of identical plumage conjugates in one proximity. That people,
Man, just tell us, say butterfly change to cockroach in the butterfly. That move on by.
But when you look in the government and people don't seem to like to. Miguel is a listener. Say what you want to say about him. But anybody who knows Miguel, that's why they call him the porcupine. He's a quiet guy. He will listen to you. And if what you say makes sense, he will do it. If it doesn't, Tue can do all his hand like this. And Tue is the main culprit in misleading the president. Let me give you 2 quick examples, not to take you way behind. What happened with the blue carbon? He lied to the president. President said, oh, 50 billion coming for Liberia. That won't pass, swear. What happened to the CIA briefing? They lie about General Langley's statement that they're coming to build. Tue always fooled the president. What happened with harmonization? Tue were paying the people below the minimum wage, but telling the president harmonization is on course, and what? The budget has been increased to 700, almost $800 million. So you see, that's how Tue operate. Miguel was sure with the president. Miguel is the only guy that was friends to everybody in the opposition. I was there. I'm
going to cut you up because, you know, the folks that come in, just try to wrap this thing up because I will add to that real quick. I will add to that. I know you're going to answer this. Let me add to that. Yeah. Miguel was able to talk to Louis Brown, and he still speaks to Louis Brown. Miguel was able to talk to the former Army guy, what's his name, for Grand Bassa. What's that guy name? Daniel Che. Daniel Che visited Miguel at the Flemington Hotel, one-on-one, while he was being chosen by Mr. Alexander Cummings. And Mr. Ure and Miguel flew on the same plane. Miguel was speaking to everybody. I know because I got picture. So Miguel lost, increasing the president's blood pressure.
Yeah.
And this thing is happening. Prince Johnson cannot talk to anybody, and he left. But go ahead, answer the question. I got to bring him out.
The question now is this. Miguel build relationship, real friendship. People will cross Miguel in a day. Then in the evening, they come to the fence. I'll cost you today. So what you want to do? Miguel said, I just can't sit down. Let's talk our team. Forget about our team. Anything it costs me, hey, fini. by how Maggie operated. And because of that today, with what Prince Johnson said, I was around many times. So that Prince Johnson will call Maggie and say, Maggie, you see what they put to me again? Maggie said, my papa, I beg you. I come in, we're talking. I beg you, papa. Just like that. So Prince Johnson saw Maggie like a son. And he could trust Maggie. But when he went out there to the mansion, he explained to you, Eugene Angbe standing there, the security advisor, Jefferson Campbell, standing there, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So he said, wait now, Eugene Angbe will be talking about Freeport. What are you doing here? The other men will be talking about the Ukraine war.
North Korea. He said North Korea.
Yeah, he said North Korea. What are you doing here? And national security men, you're not talking about the gun and the thing and the fine, the Freeport. You can't stand here. Because that one-on-one was always with McGill and everybody. But the president don't know how to hold one-on-one. And he does not know how to say, I'm sorry. Nobody will tell you.
Let me bring it out, Jose. Guys, welcome to the show. As invited, it's good to have you back. This is going to be crazy today. We must have this conversation. Hussein, though, something is happening. Can you mute? We'll bring you in. You sounded so. Hussein, I hope you can make some adjustment. If I mute myself, then maybe you'll be better. But something is happening. Prince Johnson called Youngly, like you can pronounce her name. They fixed their stuff. He sent us a text message. He apologized to her. On Facebook, he put a whole statement out. We are getting information that Youngly, they're going to be meeting Youngly tomorrow. They will sit down and they will come. Youngly ain't going anywhere. President George Manneh, we can announce he's frustrated up and down his compound, talking about himself, drinking another Henderson XO. He finished 3 bottles already. And this man is mad. Why you guys allowed us to just allow for Nima to go? Hussein, you've been in this politics for a long time. You and Avad. You know about Nima County. Say what you want to say. Be for real with Liberians tonight. What is happening now in CDC camp? Knowing very well Nima have gone. Nima left. What is happening?
Well, I think it's funny. I think the president is regretting, and most of this coming from I think that the Eugene Bradley said it's coming from Twer playbook. Twer is the guy that is very combative. Rather than finding solution, he like to beat you to submission. That is his strategy. He wants to beat you to submission. He believes that everybody can be corrupted, and whether if finance doesn't work, they will bully you. If it doesn't work, he will try by all means to beat you to submission. That's the difference between him and McGill. McGill is more of a negotiator. He always feel that there is possibility. He will exploit it any kind of way. So that's the difference. They overplay the hand. They send a little kid to Nima County, Jefferson Koji. The first thing the people big on tradition, they big on age. You know, look, even in Lofa, I remember when Gafan wanted to run for president. The moment Bweka came in the row, I was some friends of Gafan team. Gafan failed and he left. It's all about age. It's all about waiting for your time. And when they tried to do that thing, pay people, it was just a showmanship. And now we are seeing it paying off. At some point, I thought that Senator Johnson, it was just a bluff. He was just trying to push them. But it ended up being real as they start to fight back and try to show who owns Nima County. I think he just Senator Johnson dug in deeper. And to the Yombli stuff, it shows humanity. It shows how humble this man is. Honestly, not too many politicians in Liberia will say, I'm sorry. Yesterday when we saw the text message from Senator Johnson, Senator Johnson is 70 years old. He's an older gentleman. That wouldn't excuse his words, but let us look at the bigger picture. Let us look at the bigger picture. I will pivot to a little, I woke up this morning and like somebody just said, oh, you look tired. I'm sick. I'm feeling sick. I took the COVID booster shot and I have fever all night. I've been like really hot and cold, like feeling I had COVID.
You don't know that I with fufu and lime?
I just drank some Jenna. That one got me sweating a little to come on the show. I almost didn't come, but I had to come today because there's some things going around social media, and I want to erect some checkpoint to. I woke up this morning, my good folks from the ANC who somehow they got this idiotic notion that the only time you have principles and integrity is if you support commies. So if you don't support commies, then somebody got to pay you, somebody got to bribe you. So the question I have for them, I don't know how much money the commies pay me to support him. Your ask commies from the money that he pay me. Ask commies how much money he pay me from his Coca-Cola million to support him. A lot of us have integrity. We are principle driven. We are driven by the greater good of Liberia. Some of you here will be fine if George Weah remains president. Some of you here will not even sweat a day in your life. So you don't care? And the Liberian people will continue to reject you guys because they can see right through your bullcrap. They can see right through that you mean nothing for that country. You stand for nothing, you have nothing to offer. You have nothing to offer Liberia. And it is showing in your messaging. And you got money, and you're a millionaire, you got money to put in the campaign. And I was specifically calling one of the person that I've been passing around in all these different tiny private was T.L. Gibson, who happens to be an executive for ANC. Here's a woman that will call and say all the wrong thing about Mr. Cummings. And at the end of the day, she go around, it show the two faces of these people. They attack Dr. Richardson. This woman stay here defending Mr. Cummings and the ANC diligently. They call her names, they gossip, they say all kinds of nonsense about the woman. And I see her passion. I know Cummings ain't giving her a dime. Nobody paying her 1 penny. I talked to her in both public and private, and I know where she stands on the issue. They attack this woman, bring her down, try to denigrate her so many times, but she is such a passionate person. She has stuck a gun. I see these guys going around. Why spend your time trying to castigate Burka? You just lost 2 hours. You just lost 24 hours of telling the Liberian people about Alex Cummings and what he can do or what he could do for Liberia. Cummings, Burka is not your enemy. He's not your enemy. And the more you keep talking about this man that the wind is blowing in a direction, honestly, anybody that will stand in the way of what the Liberian people want, you will be standing in my way and I will go against you. And I will make this publicly that I am disassociating myself for anything that have to do with the ANC, anything that have to do with the CPP moving forward because of your intolerance, your look, you guys, look, let me tell you where I'm heading right now.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Please put breaking news. Breaking news.
Moving forward is for me. JMB is who the Liberian people want. I will give my support to JMB. I will not hide it. I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to hide it. So if you guys think that you see my JMB team, JMB cap, I can't be so go. I want to say it a few months ago. Stanton wanted to buy it, but he didn't. It was good I didn't sell it to UCEO. I can tell you this. No, let's get serious here. The bottom line here is...
So you hold on 1 minute. I said, we're coming to you. I said, hold on 1 minute. I said, to make out of finish. Today we have order on the show. What your piece? We're coming to you.
I will answer your question.
Go ahead. I said, hold on 1 minute. I said, hold on. I mean, your time finishing, or we got to go to Ambassador Newville.
I want you guys to know that whatever the Liberian people want is what I want. I'm not going to stay in the way. Anybody that stay in the way of this tsunami, anybody that stay in the way of Joseph Burka, you are standing in my way, I will attack you. I like Cummings. I respect the man. But some of you can make Cummings end up being a collateral damage because your words, you are so vicious. You are so ruthless. And you are so intolerant to the point that you have scared a lot of people away. Tiola, you've been in Liberia for all this time. All this time you have been there. Why haven't you guys sold Cummings? You told me in private that when we talked to Burka to carry Cummings, you will accept. You will talk to Cummings. You said it. Then you can't, you so much like Cummings. Why are you guys so hypocritical? All you women going from platform to platform. Nobody. How much they Cummings pay me to support him? If I support Cummings, then other people.
So let's go. I know we have 2 hours to go. Thank you very much. Yes. I'm gonna bring you real quick. Let me, Ambassador Newville, please I'm begging you. I'm going to go ahead and bring in Ava first, okay? Because it's a direct hit. He just announced to Liberians that he's supporting Joseph Yimabwaka, Team JMB, and I must give Ava the chance to respond. Then we'll bring you in. We also going to announce that we also going to announce that Honorable Madela Cooper is in studio as well. We'll be bringing her on. Ava, you have your 2 minutes, real quick.
The man win election and he begging.
I mean, that's an individual decision. What is there to talk about? You know,
you have your 2 minutes for your intro, my brother.
Oh, for
you
my
don't want
intro.
It? Yeah, you don't want it. I'm gonna go to ambassador, my man.
For my intro. My man, anything for me, you want eat it. I know.
No, that means you want to. I'm waiting for your question. Use your intro to ask. I will answer.
No, I was just asking because it sounded like you had a hat, that cap ever since. Then you went, you took it off. It seemed like you started supporting Cummings, but then you decided.
I wanted to sell a hat. Stanton wanted to buy it.
No, how you got a hat? How you got it?
I mean, can you do your intro, man? Let's go on. I beg you, my man. Listen, man.
So, no.
Why you on the ANC hat? The man get a Team JMB hat. Where your ANC hat?
My man, you see my boy here.
You get it.
I love my boy.
Oh, so ANC hat a boy here?
You need to shave all that small hair on your head, be bald and be okay. Otherwise, in 2 weeks, I will grow the hair on my hair so you can see all the gray hair for true. But anyway, greetings to your listening audience, fellow panelists. How you guys doing? Hope all is well. It's wonderful to be here again. Just a flashback from yesterday. I don't think a lot of people understand what the Global Magnitsky Act is about, what sanction individuals, the circumstances around them, and what the relationships would be, with those with a sanctioned individual and how it affects them in interacting with the U.S. government. Prince Johnson is placed right now as close to the potential of state power as any other person with any other, presidential candidate will be. Basically handpicking a vice president to run with VP Boyka. It's not, I don't think people should criticize the ticket as in of itself, but they should question the ticket in terms of competence, in terms of its potential to impact the Liberian people and make a difference for where we are. If we just look at our debt today and where this government will leave the debt by the end of this year, whichever government is coming in, it's not going to be an easy thing to get out of that debt hole and be able to revive the economy. If they don't know what they're doing, they don't have those external relationships or they haven't built them already, it will going to be very difficult for us to move forward. So I hope people understand. I will try to find, as we move along, the actual details of the sanction around Prince Johnson, the details of the Magnitsky Act in terms of not doing business with other people, not associating with other people, and how it impacts, whatever you do. So, hey, happy to be here.
Can I ask Isaiah a quick question?
Real quick. We got Madela, Honorable Cooper is ready. Real quick.
He said in effect of not the gravity of not doing business, the consequences of not doing business, with Prince Johnson.
The consequences of doing business with him.
Oh, yeah, sorry. The consequences of doing business with him. Thank you so much. I would have missed that punchline. But when Cummings went, he did not go on campus and gave 50,000 to the school, to the people. He negotiated with Prince Johnson. He dealt with Prince Johnson. Vis-a-vis handed to Prince Johnson an amount of 50,000.
When was this?
Wait.
No, when was this?
No, Isaac, you will answer. Let him finish. Isaac, let him finish. I beg you. You want to answer, but I got to bring in Madam Cooper. So you hurry up, please.
There is a cap as to how much you can do business with the sanctioned individuals from the Treasury Department. And that 50,000 is 5 times that amount. And had Cummings done business with the school, the president of the college, or on the campus, it would have been different. I am submitting to you that he did.
So guys, we have a guest today. We do. I beg you. Honorable Fagon, I'm going to give the last word to this question to ask if I must bring in Madam Cooper and we have Newville as well. So Ava, you have the last word. Then we can move on.
Okay, let me ask you a quick question before I say the last word. Franco, when did this 50,000 transaction take place?
You the ANC man, you are the chief of staff. Tell us.
How you ask me that? I don't know about it. You
Oh,
the
yes,
one bringing it up.
I
I never said I knew about it. I heard that it was to the school. How do I know about it? I don't know about it. You tell me. You brought this up.
But chief of staff, you can't be hearing. You gotta be part.
No, you don't have to be part.
Okay.
I was chief of staff for a certain period of time. You tell me when this happened.
When the fact checker then come, they will tell you. Say you
No. You see, you.
All right, we gotta move on, guys. Let me bring in folks. I'm gonna bring in the honorable Magdalena Cooper. I'm gonna bring in the honorable. Oh man, she looked gorgeous today. Thank God for you, Madam Cooper. We want to say good having you, and also, folks, you can see Ambassador Rufus Newville in studio, and for the first time, the honorable Magdalena Cooper in our studio. We're gonna be having a wonderful show today. National issues. Say what you want to say, just don't insult, because the children are watching. We're going to set the base, we're going to set the agenda, we're going to talk about elections and the way forward for Liberia. You are free to talk and defend your political party. That's why we are here. But the Liberian people got to enjoy our program. Madam Cooper, thank you for joining us. As you see, the women left us today. So thank you for being part of the program. Dr. Richardson is not here. Salamatu, she's not here today, but we're going to treat you well. How are you doing today? You are muted, guys. Madam Cooper is muted. Ambassador Rufus, can you hear us? Can you say something? Are you okay? All right. Can the producer come in studio? Aaron, can you come in studio, please? You can block your video, but come in studio and open your mic. There you go. So, Madam Cooper, can you say something?
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Thank you very much. You're good.
Wonderful,
Rufus,
wonderful.
what about you, Rufus? Can you say something? Good, thank you. Now we can have a great show. Madam Cooper, you go first, please. Your intro.
Yes, Staten, I just want to thank you for having me on here today, and it's good to be with the boys. Concerning the fact that I was born among 7 brothers, this is no strange. It's no strange for me to be amongst all of you guys. So let's have our conversation.
Let's get it roll. Rufus, what about you, my brother?
Yeah, first time sitting with Magdalena Cooper, man. She has good personality, very beautiful, man.
Thank you, Rufus.
I'm so impressed sitting with her. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Fagon, your man trying to go another cover. I don't believe this guy. Fagon, say something, Fagon.
But you
we even met 1 minute yet. The man pressing a woman. Go ahead, Fagon.
You need to issue a disclaimer that Magdalena Cooper are your schoolmate.
The folks know that we went to Jimmy JodoCon.
Talk it.
Oh no, but she said it the other day. We attended JodoCon.
Yes, we did attend Jimmy JodoCon together.
Scared for her to butter your secret. You scared?
What's secret again?
Let's try to tell us something about you today when you are buying school.
Nothing. But Madam Cooper, it's good to have you. We left off somewhere the last time. We left off, which of course we got to go back there, and that's the reason Ava asked me to bring him on. And we were so sorry to our fans that you were by way of cell phone.
Right.
Now we're seeing you. Let's hear you out. Will you make the comment and say the name Alexander Cummings? It's not resonating because the people believe and they want to go back to culture and tradition. What will you try? Explain yourself better now. We are seeing you. Were you going to the Congo and Native? Are you saying that we're going down that road again? Folks took it differently, though I understood what you were saying. But can you be more clearer today, please?
Well, look, I will make this disclaimer here. My moment being on this show today is really, or my moment on this show today is going to be used to really talk about what's happening in Liberia that is very important. How can we remove this incompetent incumbent government and the unification of the opposition? I'm not sure I want to spend my time talking about that thing about Congo man, countryman thing. We have a serious problem in this country. For the past 20 years, I have been heavily invested in trying to make sure children who have been left out of the education equation can have access to quality education to begin with, because that is how we bridge the gap. That is how we sort of bring the gap together between the educated and the uneducated. You see, the problem about the Congo man, countryman thing is really not about a tribal thing. This is about those who feel left out of a system, a national system, or the national agenda, and those who feel inclusive of the national agenda, whether it was up to them to bring themselves as part of to be a part of the enjoyment of the resources that Liberia has to offer, or the ones who just feel, look, no one ever cared to give me a hand up. So when I talk about the haves and the have not, or the this and that, the clear distinction is we must focus on educating all children born to the Republic of Liberia that is declared Liberian citizen. And this idea of leaving our children uneducated, by the time adulthood hits their door, bug, 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 who is it? Adulthood, I'm ready for you. Most of our young people are not educated. They are not equipped to take care of themselves or their families they're creating. And so that's the issue we have to address in this country. And of course, when folks sit around, whether they're in an entertainment shop or they're in a private setting of their homes or wherever they are, and they're discussing this issue of, oh, no Congo boys and no country boys. Look, the reality is, Stanton, is that we have cheated a vast majority of our people in this country, and we have got to have leadership that cares to educate every child born into this republic so that we don't have this sort of educational gap that we have today. And so when you see people talking about they want a leader who's a native man who cares about their needs, those are people who primarily feel that this country has failed them. That's what it's really all about, in my view. And I'm sure the boys on the scene here is going to give their opinion, which I'm sure there'll be variations of opinion. But we have got to make sure we have a government or a leadership that cares about every tribe of people in this country. What are you from Grand Jide to Lofa County, from Nimba County to Grand Bassa County? We have got to focus on taking care of all people of Liberia. And this is what I fight against. That divisive, that tribalistic divide, because it's really people say, you know what? I didn't have the chance to be educated, so maybe they put our country man child. Or this person got an education, so now they come up, man. You have seen people leave the village, come to Monrovia, obtain an education, and all of a sudden they refer to as Congo man. So let's start with that.
Thank you very much. Let me ask my second question. We're going to do the round table. Everybody will have the chance to ask 2 questions each. You can ask Newville your question, or you can ask Madam Cooper. But my second question will be to you, Madam Cooper. You observed the program yesterday, JMB.
Not at all.
Thank you very much. You heard of the program. The program
Yes.
took place. You heard that JMB have chosen Rescue 2 Jeremiah Kwankun from Nima County, the senator. I want to give you the chance to speak to the nation today on the on JMB decision to carry Jeremiah Kwankun.
Look, this came to me as a surprise as everybody else in the country, because it was, for months upon months you've been, Bokai was courted by everyone from Uri to next day you saw this person, all these individuals in the opposition bloc. You saw this courting that took place within a year or more than a year. And all of a sudden there's this random person that came in and all of a sudden got the nomination. And the big question was, what was that move about? What was that decision about? And then the number 2 factor was that everyone's talking about in the corridors is, okay, so now that Bokai has chosen or selected Kuhn as his running mate, does this mean that Prince Johnson is the new vice president, sort of, de facto? Because since Kuhn, the only time I knew about Kuhn, I saw him in the Supreme Court when I was fighting for Edith Gonglaware in a midterm election. I was fighting for the rights of women to have a seat at the table in the Senate, the upper house of elders. And Edith was one of the women I was fighting for. And, Edith fought strongly. She fought a strong battle in Nimba County. And all of a sudden it was declared that there was some discrepancy, irregularities within the voting process in Nimba County. So we took this to the Supreme Court. Boto Kane was also another woman I was fighting for because she was being cheated in Babalu County. But that case actually went through. And so I saw Kuhn for the first time when I took my 2 women to the Supreme Court to sit with them and support them. Kuhn came in. I had no idea who he was. I couldn't identify him within a crowd. But then all of a sudden, I saw Prince Johnson walked in with him. And that was a Prince Johnson battle. And so, look, the reality is, I don't know Kuhn apart from Prince Johnson. And with Prince Johnson, who refers to me, and I have all the respect in the world for him as a human being, refers to me as his daughter, but we still have a track record of human rights violation, and that cannot be forgotten in this country because I'm a direct. My father was murdered during the war. Okay, but we're gonna leave that on the side because this is not personal. This is national. And so when Kuhn all of a sudden shows up as a nominee for the running mate position of JNB, all of a sudden it was like, oh, do we have a de facto? So look, you cannot separate this candidate or this number 2 from the whole Prince Johnson thing. And that is the biggest concern for me. I'm not saying Prince Johnson is not a human being. Prince Johnson is a human being. He's a citizen of the Republic of Liberia, just as I am. But when you have such record where you have people in the country that are also, lives were impacted by your actions, it still sort of leave a little sore moment. And so this is the big surprise to me and most people in the country that are sort of a little sore, all right? A little sore about this nomination. And so that's my position. I didn't attend the event yesterday because there were news reports flying all over the country saying that Kuhn was the potential running mate for JNB. But I said to the journalist that I was with, look, guys, let me hear it first from JNB himself. And of course, there are variations of reason. I'm sure the old man will tell you why he selected this individual. But
thank you very much. Would you have attended if given an invitation? Were you given an invitation, though?
No, I was not given an invitation.
Would you have attended?
And that's something I wouldn't know until I got an invitation.
Thank you, Eugene. Come in, my brother.
Well, I'm kind of taking it back, and my question would come from the backdrop to the Honorable Magdala Cooper. If I stand to be corrected. If I heard you right, you used the word de facto vice president, that Prince Johnson would somehow wind up being the de facto vice president.
Yes, but I did say that. I didn't start on.
Okay, fine. But you lay a reference to his past records and the human rights abuse. I lost my brother, Wilfred Title York. I lost my brother.
Sorry to hear that.
Remy Gray knows that. I lost 2 brothers on my father's side, Charles Fagon and Charles Fagon, who was a good friend to Remy Gray. So I lost 3 brothers in the war. And that's why I'm the only one now with my sisters on my father's side taking care of them, 4 of them. But I heard you make reference to his human rights records and all of those things. Let me ask you this. You have a personal relationship with the current president. And the current president has been dubbed by the State Department and the United States government as running a government that has been involved with extrajudicial killings. And there is no known record of you supporting the opposition as we've seen in the second round in 2017, 2011, and what have you. You've always supported this individual with whom you have a personal relationship. Now that you know his government has been involved with extrajudicial killings and what have you, you have always had this record. Would you support him in the second round? Again,
I'm sorry, Eugene, you lost me.
The fact that your track record shows
that
you have never supported an opposition candidate against George Weah.
Eugene, I think first of all, you're the former minister, deputy minister of information, right?
Yes.
Okay, I think you might want to.
ran in the election.
No. Sir, slow down. Slow down. This is not just to talk over everybody else. We know you got a gift of the jab, but let's speak with facts because you're a former deputy minister of the Republic of Liberia, information minister. You have got to research before you open your mouth to speak. Now, let me say this to you. You are talking over my head and everybody else's head. You have got to get this right. As a former CDC guy who got kicked out, you got to get this right, okay? And
you still beating around the bush, ma'am. I'm waiting for you.
No. Give me a chance to speak.
One at a time, Minister Eugene. One at a time.
Now, I had the floor. She took it.
Okay, we will give it back to you, but let's give her the chance.
I'm still waiting for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you want to speak about past relationships, right? Okay. There has been a past relationship, right? And you talk about me not supporting anyone in the opposition bloc. I'm not sure exactly. That's why I say you lost me. Because maybe apparently you don't know who Magdala Cooper is. Maybe you think I'm somebody else that you mistaken for somebody else. So let's get a record straight here and know who Magdalena Cooper is. For you to say I don't support someone in the opposition, what was CDC in the last election? They were the opposition, right? Okay, that's one. That's point of correction. Now, two, the midterm election, I only supported people in the opposition. And I just mentioned Edith Gunglo. I mentioned Boto Khanun. Were they incumbent or were they part of the standing government? Sir, you are the former deputy. Make sure you do your research.
Okay, let me tell you what my research produced. You talk about a personal relationship between Prince Johnson and Jeremiah Kun. And because Jeremiah Kun was selected, you refer to Prince Johnson as a de facto vice president.
What would you call it?
But I'm coming back to you. What would you call the baby mama of the current president who has been dubbed for extrajudicial killings? Her ties to him. You're looking at Prince Johnson time. Wait, give me a chance. Prince Johnson ties to Jeremiah Kun now makes you say he will be a de facto vice president. The fact that you're George, you have ties, long-standing ties to George.
Long-standing ties, how exactly long? Give me your numbers.
For as long as the child is now.
But Cooper, I want to give you enough time. Let him finish with his question because you have the time to answer.
You tied Jeremiah Kun to Prince Johnson because of relationship, and then concluded that it will be a de facto vice president. So I'm tying you. I'm tying you to President Weah.
Sure.
Who will you be then? Why should we take anything from you if you have this personal, I repeat, personal relationship with George Weah, who has been dubbed by the State Department as running a government that has carried out extrajudicial killings, that have also drugged our children, that have also engaged in massive corruption, that have also been involved with money laundering? Should we go there? How should we adopt you? That's my question.
Thank you, Honorable Fagon. We will give the Honorable Madam Magdalena Cooper the chance to answer your question. Thank you.
Well,
Madam Cooper, please.
Thank you, Staten. One thing I want to share with my brother is that, Honorable Eugene, is that when we're having this discussion and we're staring into each other's face, it's, we don't bring emotion into politics. And so, as a former CDC guy who got kicked out, like, you completely understand and you know very well what you're talking about. But I think you're trying to play games to put a show on, because I'm the queen of putting a show on. If Staten wants a show tonight, we can.
Ma'am, will you answer my question? How should we?
No, you didn't ask me a question. You made a statement. Now,
no, I asked you how.
No,
I
got the floor.
She got the floor.
I got the floor.
Let's tell her. She's the guest, please.
Right.
But it was a question. Speak. How should we dub you?
Okay, so now let she answer.
Sir, it is you that need to dub me however way you deem. But the Liberian people know very well my position in this country. The Liberian people know very well I have no relationship with George Weah, as you said, and you're trying to put on a show, an entertainment, which didn't really go very far. And I think you need to change your game. But I don't have a relationship with George Weah. If I wanted George Weah, I can have George Weah anytime. The man is out there. Everybody got access to him. But this is not what I stand here for. And if you think you can hurt Magdalena Cooper's feelings, there is none to hurt. I don't have a relationship with George Weah. And you have to, let's not spend Stanton's good internet on talking about that. Now, we're talking about currently, and I'm not here to knock the opposition. You have to understand this. I'm here to figure out how we can unify the opposition and make sure we kick, there was a word that goes beyond that. I can't say that on Stanton show tonight. How we kick these people out of the government. Our country deserves better, and that is what I'm working towards doing. So I was asked about this running mate of JNB. The running mate, unfortunately, was not a ticket that would just say, look, Magdalena, this ticket's so amazing, step out of the race and go and support JNB. I'm not impressed by the ticket, right? But that's in due time. We're gonna talk about that, because you still got other options in the opposition bloc. There are other options. Yes, United Party indeed was just a ruling party, and they do have the numbers. That's true. But if we don't have a ticket that we're comfortable with, everyone has the right to select. This is what democracy is all about. This is what we're all about. So there are other groups that's coming. We might find something that's so goddamn attractive. We're all going to say, you know what, JNB, we love you. But unfortunately, we don't want a de facto Prince Johnson vice president. And don't
Thank
be
you
afraid
very
of
much.
me.
Fagon, your second question, Fagon. We got to go to Al Hussein, please.
Here is my second question. Magdala Cooper, a candidate, is not impressed. Magdala Cooper represents a political party. She is the political leader of a political party. Who in the world will expect one political leader to be impressed with the other political leader's pick? I don't think so. But here is my question. You have your own party. You are the political leader. JMB is the political leader for his party.
Right.
He chooses his running mate. You come out in the public and say you're not impressed with it. Do you expect any sound Liberian to expect you to be sound? I mean, to be impressed with your opponent's pick? And do you think, 2 in 1, JMB pick his VP to satisfy another political leader such as George Weah, or another political leader such as you, or to satisfy the Liberian people whom you saw out there yesterday? Why do you think he chose his VP? Was it to satisfy you or impress you?
Thank you, Honorable Fagon. Let's move to Madam Cooper, and the next question will be coming in from Al Hussein. Madam Cooper, please.
You know, I like this guy. He's quite funny.
What do you think?
You're very entertaining. You're very entertaining.
Thank you so much.
But look, yes, you're right. I'm a political leader in the opposition bloc, and my number one mission, right, in this opposition bloc is to make sure George Weah is a one-term president, and that's what I agree with. And so, look, I am not an egotistic person. I'm not driven by the ego. I'm driven by the passion to see my country do better, to be better, and we can once and for all start the ball game in terms of moving to Liberia in the right direction. That's my ultimate goal here. And if I was impressed, or at least understood the reason behind this ticket, some of us, we're political leaders, yes. But like I say, I'm not driven by ego. And I would love to see something that impressed me so goddamn much that I would drop my own interest and say I'm going to run behind and support this ticket. Okay? So that is what I mean when I say I needed to see something. So look, Liberians all over Liberia knows what I'm talking about, Eugene Falcon, right? Everybody in this country wanted something that is so beautiful that we couldn't even resist. We the other political leaders. Because why? This old man is a father to many people. This old man is the eldest amongst all of us political leaders within the opposition bloc. He is supposed to be the voice of reason. He is supposed to be the one with wisdom to drive all of us. It's not just to, decide in privately what decision he's making. But again, I'm not here to knock the opposition bloc. I'm not here to knock JMB. I'm here to find solution to the opposition's big problem, which is how can we knock George Weah teeth out of his mouth?
Thank you very much, Al Hussein. Your 2 questions, and then we will also pose question to our brother, Ambassador Rufus Newville. Al Hussein, please.
Well, welcome to the show. Welcome to Spoon Talk. I got a few 2 questions, simple questions. A couple of years ago, I don't know what year, months ago, you, I don't want to say join the CPP, but you pledged your support for Mr. Cummings. Is that right?
Not at all.
There was
Not at all.
Was that right? Not
Wrong
at all.
person. Wrong person.
I don't know what was that even, but it was you, Daniel Chair, and other people that I don't know what that even. Not at all. All right. My question is about the CPP as we strive towards opposition unity. You know Mr. Boyka, you know Mr. Cummings. I'm sure you know Mr. Cummings. What do you think is the current problem with the opposition?
Look, internally, we're going to work out whatever nooks and crannies we have as a problem. Our major problem right now is George Weah and his failed government, and how his government has been, exactly like Honorable Eugene said, how his government has been accused of all of these problems. We have got to get these guys out of here. That is our problem.
Let me rephrase it.
I understand it very well, sweetheart. I understand very well. What is the opposition problem? Our problem is George Weah and his failed government. The Liberian people are depending on the opposition right now to bring about a ticket that will get them the win. Okay? This is what our problem is. Our problem is nothing else. The little internal, the diva personalities that's taking place with this person wants to be number one. Look, the diva personality would have to be put to rest, because this is about Liberia. This is not about one person. This is the first thing we have to focus on is Liberia and the citizens of Liberia and how we can fight together for the benefit of our people, not a personality. I'm not here to hail Caesar. I'm here to hail Liberia. All hail Liberia, hail. Not all hail Alex Cummings, hail, or Joseph Boga, hail, or Magdalena Cooper, hail. It's all hail Liberia, hail. That's our problem.
My second question. You just mentioned Prince Johnson being the de facto president, vice president on Joseph Boakai. You did say some good things about Mr. Boakai as well. Let's assume this win. There seems to be this win growing in Liberia, and you said that when you were on the last time. There's this win, and the Liberian people are very predictable voters. When that time comes and they decide to choose someone, that wind start to blow. Based on my personal opinion, I see that wind shifting towards Mr. Boakai. Just in case something happened and that wind continue to sail towards its end, are you going to support Mr. Boakai?
You cannot describe a baby, the face of a baby, until it is born out of the mother's womb. Okay? So the question of what I would support, whoever is the ticket that we have to support in the opposition, I will support the opposition's ticket that we present. And whoever that ticket is, we will all rally up to support that ticket. That's my answer. And that's what I said. It's not about a personality. It's about Liberia. And the ticket that we know is going to be the winning ticket to get rid of these thugs and thieves and these rogues. That's the number one thing I'm going to do for this country. That is what I'm committed to. So
that means if
just a second. That means if Magdalena Cooper or Chicken or Roach or Mosquito is a candidate, trust me, this is my cause. And this cause is a cause for Liberia.
Fair enough. Thank you. I rest. Stanton, go ahead.
All right, guys. Yeah, no problem. We're going to keep Ambassador Newville. You can come in with your two questions. Then, as if I would take the last question on this round. Ambassador, you got any comment to make? You have any question? Or you can speak to your folks, please.
Yes, thanks for having me. I want to first correct my colleague, Madam Kopo. As a lawyer, the crimes are not transferable. Except someone is in your custody or you have some guardianship of that person. Whatever they do, you are not responsible. So, assuming without admitting that Mr. Prince Johnson committed heinous crimes in this country, Jeremiah Kuhn has absolutely nothing to do with that, and that cannot be the basis for tearing the JNB ticket apart. Secondly, if you think that Prince Johnson is going to be a de facto vice president to Joe Boakai, then you do not know JMB. I know him very well. In fact, we all thought that Darius Dillon, Henry Costa, and Yombri Kanga were small gods around the JMB team until you saw them crying like babies a few hours ago. So they don't know him, so they think that they will be de facto president. Prince Johnson may end up being the first opposition to JMB if he thinks that by a Jeremiah Kuhn vice presidency, he's going to wield any extraordinary political powers. And that is not to mean that I'm against Mandela for what she said, but in the law, crimes are not transferable. Secondly, I listened to Fangon and my brother Fadiga when they tried to draw a line between Maggie and Twe and try to put some honey on Maggie. If this government is a snake, then Twe and Maggie are the two hairs of the same snake. Sorry, I almost used a bad word, but they are two hairs of the same old snake. So never clean anybody at the expense of the other. They are the reasons why we are where we are today. But I'm angry sitting in here, and it's important for me to state that. The smiles you see on my face, I mean, they're all diplomatic. I'm an angry man sitting in studio tonight. I'm very angry because Mr. Akaros Gray, I hate to call his name, but I must call his name, is leading a team of seditions that is putting President Weah under pressure to dismiss with immediate effect Councillor Cooper Kura, the Minister of Posts and Telecommunication. I think that is very disingenuous. That is very evil. And I want to tell the Liberian people today that if the CDC were a warring faction and Akaras Gray was the rebel commander on the Po River Bridge, that river would have been filled with the scores of thousands of Liberians. That became hard black. Let me just go into some detail and to remind my panelists and the Liberian people that George Weah himself was appointed by President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf while he was a leader of the major opposition party in this country, the CDC, as peace ambassador. Nathaniel Magay was appointed by President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf as assistant minister at the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Samuel Twell was appointed by President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf as a special financial analyst assigned to Minister Amara Corner at the Ministry of Finance. I can go on and name a long list. I led the Green Leaf Brigade from Sodiwen and Buse Quarter to the CDC head office, carrying something that we refer to as a casket of Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. I was very young at the time in the CDC. I carried a casket of Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, but guess what? She still appointed me as chief of protocol. And the last time we talked, she said, my son, can't sit down here, man. Your leader, you're too more political thing. I was surprised that the sedition who were carrying the quote-unquote political coffin of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is now appointed in her government. Under Article 5 of the Liberian Constitution, the president is supposed to engender national unity, reconciliation, and oneness. Once you become president, now you papa for everybody, regardless of the political party. But you have people like Gray and a few guys in the ears of President Weah, and I am disappointed in President Weah that he will allow these immature guys to just carry him like, up and down the pendulum. Why do you want to dismiss Cooper Cry? Let me read Article 18 of the Liberian Constitution for everybody to hear, saying we're all now lawyers. Article 18 on fundamental rights. And let me distinguish fundamental rights from ordinary rights. The Supreme Court has held that fundamental rights carry a highest degree of protection. So any right that is fundamental in the Constitution under Chapter 3, the standard for protecting those rights are higher. Article 18 is right under there. It says, all Liberian citizens shall have equal opportunity for work and employment, regardless of sex, creed, religion, ethnic background, place of origin, or political affiliation, and shall be entitled to equal pay for equal work. So, Cooper Cry, as Minister of Posts and Telecommunication, Akaros Gray, there's a reason why we want to unseat you in District Number 8 and send you to school. Cooper Cry is protected under Article 18 to affiliate with any political party in the country. The president has the right under Article 56 to dismiss at pleasure. But if your dismissal is because somebody is not in your party, then we can constitutionally challenge that dismissal because it undermines Article 18, which gives all Liberians the right to participate in the democracy of the country. But this is George Weah's problem. And if he's not re-elected, I will meet him one day on a plane or maybe on a train or on a bus and tell him, look, Baku, there's a reason why you are not re-elected in that country, because you have a small cycle of bad advisors, a greater few. A few people who see President Weah as an opportunity to enrich themselves, they are ill-advised with the president. Cooper Cry did nothing wrong by going to the JMB program. It is important to state that. If you want to dismiss him because of Article 56, he works by your pleasure, fine. But if you have a requirement or a policy to dismiss people because they are not from your party, then the president is in flagrant violation of the organic law of the state and the law.
Thank you. Let me thank
this president for violating the big law in this country, and that is why.
Thank you very much. I'm going to.
I'm angry man tonight.
Before you bring Ava in, can we correct something before? Because I think Rufus said something. Rufus, we were asked a question as to why do you think, and the moderator is still here, he's still alive. Why do you think Prince Johnson was crying that it's only McGill, it's only McGill? And so we answered the question that we were asked. Not give you an opinion, or in your mind, you're looking at us like we were asked for the overall assessment of the entire government. That's not the question we were asked, sir. We were asked, why
Thank
is it
you.
you think Prince Johnson is crying for Maggie?
Let me go back. Let me
answer.
thank you, Honorable Fagon, that's correct. Let me bring in Madam Cooper. Then Isaac, I want her to speak on this because also what Newville is saying, you can turn that into, we need a response from Madam Cooper. She's running to be a president. Tomorrow is about a new administration or the same old thing. Let me put this. This is from Akaris Gray, and I'd like you to speak on this before I bring in Ava. And I can announce, though, we are receiving information from our sources that by Monday, Cooper Cry will be dismissed, or he will turn in his letter of resignation by Monday. This is 75% confirmed already. So I'm just announcing that. But look at this, Madam Cooper. This is from Akaris Mosey Gray. Is it up?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. The traitor Cooper Cry, Minister of Post and Telecommunication, must resign, and resign now. You are a dangerous sellout and good to have lunch with on Monday. No room for politics. Honorable Moses Akaris Gray. He puts without fear of certain representative. I want you to speak to what is happening to our nation today.
Well, Staten, I'm so glad you asked that question because to my brother, Ambassador Rufus, I also want to remind him of Article 62. What does Article 62 of our Constitution say? The president can be impeached. I don't have the right up in front of me, but it lists the reasons why he can be impeached by breaking the Constitution. Right? I don't have the exact phrase or terms, but it talks about the impeachment of the president, the sitting president, for felony and also
bribery, all of that.
That's exactly right, bribery. Exactly so. I try to memorize my Constitution because I love my Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. They should be ashamed of themselves trying to fire someone for taking political sides. But I want to break this news to them. There are so many people who are not speaking up. Like, at least Cooper Cry had guts to actually go to an event that he felt was necessary for his political life. But there are so many people sitting right under the president's nose that doesn't stand with him, sitting right under his nose, pretending he's going to wake up one day and find himself so alone because those individuals there that gutsy like Cooper Cry. And so let them waste their time with Cooper Cry. Let Cooper Cry be there. Let him come to us. Some all get him job. But these people are going to wake up to more money and they're going to find out that the votes they're trying to rig this election will never work in their favor because the Liberian people are sick and tired of them. People in his own compound wants to come see some of us political leaders to pledge their support to us. So let it be wasting time with people. So even to Ambassador Rufus here, look, I would just say to Cooper Cry, stand up, brother. Whatever it is you need, we come with support you. Leave them, walk away. Trust me, those who have left never regret it. Walk away. Just take the bullet, right? And we will all support you. I'm being repetitious here because I want you to hear this. So I don't have much to say about these people. For me, their time has expired. Liberian people, even in the grassroots where they used to have strongholds, are done with them. So let them keep firing people.
Thank you very much, Ava. You waited patiently. You have your time to ask your 2 questions, sir. Thank you. Can you unmute?
Yeah. Isn't that usual of me? I'm very patient. Magdala, welcome to the show. Great to have you here.
Thank you, Isaac.
Sorry to hear your father died during the war. My sincere sympathy. My father died too. But one little correction I want to make to you is please refer to us as men, not boys. So to the point of this.
So what am I? A girl or a woman?
That's why I don't want to refer to you as something out of your name. That's why I'm saying Magdala.
Stay lady.
Well, I don't know.
Crazy,
I would say Magdala.
You see something that's wrong with you.
Sing that song.
Oh, you be quiet, man. Come on.
I'm teaching you how to sing the song. Say lady.
We're on time, Mr. Fagon. Let the gentleman need to ask his question.
I noticed he can charm every woman that come on this show. I don't know what kind of hungry man is. Seriously.
The question I want to ask for that many man so I can get a check every month. I want to know what that check coming from. Where is it going? Because I'm receiving it.
All right. So
Isaac, you got the say you were broke. He didn't give me
I said, don't do this on the show. Don't call name of my
I usually bring it the things.
I beg you.
That's true. I agree with you, Isaac, that Eugene, stop it. Behave yourself. Behave yourself, Eugene. Otherwise, we'll boot you from the show.
All right. So just to come back to this point of this country Congo issue, and I just want to clarify, because if I may quote you, Magdala, you said Alex Cummings is a Congo man. The country people don't want Congo men to rule them. They don't. They honestly don't. When you go all over Liberia, Alexander Cummings will not get the vote from the Congo people, from the country people. This was a statement you made. So how can you clarify that against the explanatory statement you made earlier in the show about, you know, somebody coming from the country and then they become Congo men? So why would the country people, or why will you focus only on Alexander Cummings as a Congo man if that your definition of Congo has now been expanded to anybody who gains any level of, you know, economic achievement or success? Because by your definition, your statement, then he's the only country man, Congo man in the race. So why you single him out?
Look, that was a show from last week, Isaac. I don't record the exact words, but I believe the words I use, because I always speak and I remember what I say. I say indigenous votes. The indigenous votes. Okay, so I never say countryman vote, because I wouldn't say such a thing. And so it was a conversation being had about Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings is one of our brothers within the opposition, one of the potential within in the opposition. But last week was a real talk, and there was no mistake. There was no word stuttered upon. And that was the true and the reality behind where we are as a nation. And so I said the indigenous votes. Why do you think after all these years, UP still has a stronghold in this country? Okay, so again, my being on this show tonight was to find a solution how we can knock out the incumbent. We have to keep the door open, some room at least available to see who amongst us that's going to be that ticket that we're going to use. So I'm not here to knock no one tonight, but to focus on the opposition. The strength within the opposition sounds the ego or the diva attitude of some individuals. That is what we're going to focus on, because it's important that we unite the opposition bloc. It is critical to our survival in this country. Another 6 years of this failed, incompetent incumbent is going to destroy our nation. I love this country too much. That is why I've divorced everything across the world, and I've moved back here. I'm raising my children here. I live here with all the hardship, because that's the sacrifice we have to make as a people, not to divide each other, not to divide ourselves amongst, with these petty talks. We're going to focus on how we can knock George Weah teeth out of his mouth and get him out of our government with him and his den of thieves. That is it. And that's what I'm sticking with.
Right. So I agree with that, and I love that position of yours. But I just want you to listen that you did not say indigenous, you said country.
Some people you're here where they want to see.
So that's it. But so hopefully your position you're taking now that you're diverted to being, like you say, bringing the opposition together on hopefully a new umbrella, and not try to single out an individual and kind of disenfranchise them from saying people will not vote for that individual.
Let me say this to you, Isaac. If Alexander Cummings, if he's wounded, emotionally wounded by my words, I'm happy to say, look, Alex, I hope you're watching the show tonight. If I wounded you, I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. Feel better about yourself. Don't let this little thing distract you. You might just be the person that will carry in October 10th. If we do have I'm sorry, Alex. If don't feel hurt over this. We're a politician. We're tough people. You gotta build some backbone in you, and don't cry over these little things. So said, done.
So Isaac, now you have to delete that recording now, because she has apologized. I think it should be history.
Not recording all what I'm on.
Opposition. I was just about to.
So Rufus, 1 minute. I got to bring in. Hold on, guys. Guys, 1 minute. Guys, 1 minute. 1 minute, Rufus. Rufus, hold on, Rufus.
In this race.
Rufus.
Joe Bueka is a Kisi.
Rufus.
Tewo Gongro is a man man.
Oh, you let my
Rufus, Rufus, can you hear us, Rufus?
It's a global woman. So we got
Rufus. Rufus, can you hear us?
I'm hearing you now.
Okay, thank you. We're going to allow Asa to finish his second question because we got to go to the round two. It's very important. We got other important issue that Madonna Cooper
Yes.
is here for, and that of course you yourself. So let Asa finish up, please.
Wonderful. So the question will be a little long, Magdala, but you are right on your little piece on education. I stand with you on that. Our people for a long time have been suppressed too long.
Yeah.
Basically, since from 1822, in terms of giving them a level of education for them to be exposed and many other, social goods they deserve. But we are in a situation where we need a leader who believes in education. Mr. Cummings' father was an educator. He believes in education, and his platform in education basically focus on, and I want to see how you are aligned with the platform. He wants to ensure free and quality education for every librarian up to high school. He wants to ensure that high school graduates are prepared for college or vocational training to be able to join the workforce immediately. He wants to invest in vocational training to equip our young people with skills that will be, demanded in the workplace. For university enrollment, he wants to expand that opportunity that more people can get higher education, and we can, especially in the areas of science, technology, engineering, and math, so that we can be able to be equipped for this 21st century that we still in. He wants to increase adult literacy, and that's the point, so a lot of people skip. People can still go back to school. He wants to introduce a national literacy program that people can understand. Then his final thing he wants to do is to use technology to innovate the way we learn, to radically improve primary education. And we know overage children are in school. How can they accelerate the learning? So those are the areas in education that he wants to focus on. And since you have a passion for education, is what you are talking about, do you resonate with this agenda from Mr. Cummings, or do you have other things you want to inculcate into the whole education process?
No, I think it's absolutely beautiful. I think what you just read is so beautiful. If we can make it happen, I think that would be good for our country. And so I commend you and your political leader for having such idea. But one of the things I will warn you strongly against is this whole concept of free. Because if you declare something free, someone has to pay. Who's going to pay? Liberia, and I think someone said it on the show previously, that this country is broke. When these guys, these rogues get out of here, this country is going to have nothing left. They're building a big mansion that they didn't have yesterday. They were sleeping, barely able to pay one room rent. And now they got these big mansions all over the country. Sometimes I pass by there, I think, oh my God, what's going on? There has to be a major some sort of investigation taking place after these guys leave. And so when we say free, we have to focus and really think about who's going to pay. How we're going to pay for this? Where's the money going to come from? But that's something we're going to talk about as a team, as an opposition group. And that is why it's very important. And I'll go back to the Yumni Kaga Lawrence thing, the Bernard Yuri, the Darius Dillon, the Alexander Cummings. Yes, you guys, look, I know it's painful right now. I always tell people in politics, when you have experienced betrayal in your life, in politics, political betrayal is triple or quadruple the time, the feeling of the regular betrayal you were ever experiencing. So if you call it betrayal, that's one thing. If you call it, oh, I'm hurt, look, there is no room for hurting in politics. We don't bring emotion into politics. You bring strength and decision and sound mind to make solid decisions, tough decisions. You gotta be tough in politics. And so I hope all those wounds will be healed in a very short time, because we really have 5 months to the D-Day. And D-Day is right around the corner. We have got to band together. Alexander Cummings, Joseph Bokai, Magdala Cooper, what's his name? Yumni Kanga Lawrence, Ben Ayuri, all of the team players, Tiawan Gonglo. We have got to sit in the same room. And I feel sad. I'm sort of going away from your question right now, but it's all about that free concept and how we're going to fund the next government, because that's what we have to focus on. Now, there was a call that was made last week. I believe it was what's my brother's name again? From my district. Oh gosh, Yeke Koluba, my dearest friend and brother, really amazing guy. I think Yeke doesn't get the credit that he deserved, but Yeke is really a fantastic man. He's a great guy. I like his energy, right? Yeke felt bad because he thought I had taken sides last week. I didn't take sides. If you hear me speak today, you know I've not taken any sides. The side I've taken is a Liberian side, is a Liberian people's side. And so we have got to come together, sit in a room, and figure out how we're going to find money to win this election, how we're going to find money to run the next government, to be able to give our people the education they deserve, to be able to give our people the healthcare systems with trained doctors, regulatory boards, to regulate the drugs, not drugs in terms of the bad things, the medication that are coming to our country. We have got to make sure we have the right resources and equipment in our hospitals, and then build an economy that will move our people back into the workforce. These are the things I'm focused on. So education is a big piece of that puzzle. Education, healthcare, and the economy. Create jobs. We've lost more jobs over the past years than we have created. These people with their kickbacks, that kickbacks has sent more investors out of this country than they have invited investors into the country. So Alex Cummings' agenda for education is on point in my view.
So three quick ways.
Thank you very much. Real quick, Isaac, we got to go.
Yeah,
We'll come back to you.
real quick.
Ask your second question, Isaac.
She left something hanging. Real quick, she left something hanging, Chief. So 3 quick ways that Mr. Cummings will pay for this, and I hope you align with these two. The waivers we give right now for tax waivers and stuff, that's more than 300 million. If we have that 150 million, we can bring back to government.
Waivers to who?
Tax waivers to just different people that government just grant, that the lawmakers get, etc., is affecting the country's revenue, reducing these.
Yeah, right. So we need to look at it. We need to look at the numbers, right? Isaac, we have to look at the numbers.
Are there. It's right in the tax report.
Okay, Madam Cooper.
Let me just finish with the 3 things now.
But as a value, we said, Mr. Cummings, we'll come back to you. I'm begging you, please. We have to go. We have other issue to discuss, please. Madam Cooper, let's do the second round, and I'm going to start like this, though. Thank you very much for being so bold and saying, Mr. Cummings, I apologize for what you said. Beautiful. But I want to go back, not to talk about opposition divides, but just consider this, because one of our followers, regular followers, he asked me if I can ask this question. Please consider it. He said, CEO, in 2017, Madam Cooper supported George Manawia for the runoff. At the same time, PYJ supported George Manawia. Why you didn't withdraw your support if so much you knew that PYJ was who he is today? And now you are using that against Jose Yima Barker because he has selected Jeremiah Cohn.
That's a very irrelevant question. Doesn't make sense at all. That's
how
just
so?
It's a waste of.
Can you speak to that quarter? You have to at least address them please, if you can, except you choose not to answer it.
When the young people came to me and said this is the direction, the writing's on the wall, these guys are going to win. Eugene Falcon is here. They all knew the same thing. And Evie, Ambassador Rufus is also here. They were supporting Way at the time. They saw where the writing was on the wall. Everybody knew in this country. And this is the same thing I know opposition is going to win. I have a good predictive, sort of approach to these things. I know the opposition is going to knock these guys out. I knew Way I was going to win. I'm a businesswoman. I wanted to do business. I want to do business in my country, create jobs. And I was going to support the winning side versus the side I was going to lose. And so I wasn't looking who else was. I was looking at the interest of creating jobs in this country through the initiatives that we invest in. And so, of course, the Nicompoos, they decided after they won, after taking my money and my friend's money, they said they weren't going to do business with us. No problem. So I went to the private sector. I've invested in businesses across Liberia. Without them, I still did my work, what I needed to do for my country. It's not because of George Weah I cared about supporting him. It could have been anybody in that position. As long as that person was going to win, I was going to support that winning ticket. So we had ungrateful heathens who actually, after you support them, they show that heathen behavior because that's something you cannot hide, right? And so it was obvious that they were not grateful people. So now the time is over, they got to go. Here is the fact to the question. The question is, I wasn't concerned about who else was supporting George Weah in 2017. I was there to support Liberia. Liberia people wanted George Weah in 2017. Now they have experienced George Weah. They don't want the guy. They don't want the guy. And we got the Liberian people won the opposition right now, and that's what I'm supporting.
So my second question, then we'll be having the chance to ask Newville because he also here for a reason. Where are you today? Election will be October 10. Right. You're still moving strong in Liberia. Talk just for 1 minute. Talk about us. Talk to us concerning your position right now. Are you collaborating with another political party? Are you thinking about leaving the race? Where are your position and where are you today? Almost 4 months to go.
Standing up, push it too much when I eat May. May is next week. I'm standing strong. I'm in the race. And until I can see something that is it, there will be no reason for me to step aside. Now, here's the reality, and anyone can argue, oh, but Madam Cooper, but all the variations of reasons. The space is still empty. The space is still empty. You have people who are still deciding. People are still on the fence. You have seditionists who are trying to cross over which of us that they're going to support. You have a lot of people in CDC that just don't want to be there, but they're looking for someone that they would say, this person gave me the reason to want to jump over the fence. And so look, and you never know which one of us is going to be that. Until we have this group opposition meeting, we're never going to know who's who. In politics, everything can change in 24 hours. We still got a lot of 24 hours within the next 5 months. And so I'm in a race, I'm standing strong, and I'm not driven by ego or our ego. I'm not driven by our ego. I'm driven by a passion for Liberia, to see a better Liberia, to see our young people finally having the education they need, to see our country create, our government create jobs for our people, our fathers, our mothers, and those who want to work, they need jobs. We have got to bring investment dollars into our markets. Our markets are suffering. You have no money in the country today. You have a handful of people, government officials, that are enjoying this country's benefit. We have got to diversify the resources of this country to reach the grassroots. And that's what I stand for. Healthcare, of course, that's part of my passion. So I'm in the race, but again, I stand for the opposition. And we, the opposition leaders, we have got to put our egos aside, come to the table, make a decision as to what we're going to do to knock these people out of the chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Cooper. Let me bring in Rufus Newville, then we can go back to Honorable Fagon. Rufus, you run it in District 8. You were in that position before. Should the people believe you this time around that you would give them all your promises you made then? Should they believe you this time around, Rufus? Ambassador Newville?
They have no reason not to believe me. Sometimes you don't appreciate what you have until you have the opportunity to try the alternative. And they have tried the alternative. They have seen far less than what I'm capable of doing. They now miss me. They want me back. In fact, I was overwhelmingly petitioned by a cross-section of students, youth, or older people in District number 8 to get back in the race for the primary objective of liberating the district, rescuing the district, and unseating Akaro's grave. But I have 3 major reasons why I want to get back in that legislature, and it's very, very important for all of us. The current wage bill, the current standard of payment in this country in terms of salary and wages, I think is very unreasonable. We want to get back in our legislature and ensure that we push the national budget to the extreme where we can increase the salary of civil servants and also take a comprehensive review of the Decent Work Act. For some of our listeners who don't understand, the Decent Work Act is the instrument that presents the foundational discussion on how people are paid in this country. Minimum wage is very low. Most of the Liberian people working with the hotels in the rubber industry, iron ore, gold, diamond, they are being paid $50, $30, $40 a month. I think it's very, very unreasonable. We need to change it. We want to push a lot of lawmakers out of that legislature, not just Akaro's grave, because I'm of the opinion that 95% of the lawmakers...
So I beg you, if you say that real quick, because we got, listen, I know you're coming back next week. We had a discussion. You cannot give us all of your plan right now. But
yeah, but I just want to
if you are doing so good, why the people let you go? And why you think they should bring you back in? Just real quick.
That's a good question. But you are also saying, if Jesus Christ was doing so good, why was he crucified? You are saying if Nelson Mandela was doing so good, why did they jail him? You are saying, why did they kill Martin Luther King Jr. when he was doing so good? You're saying, why did they poison
those people? That as a religious person, Jesus Christ wasn't crucified twice. Jesus Christ was crucified once. You serve already. No. Rufus, let's get this now. Rufus, let's get this straight for our audience. I understand, Rufus. Let's get this straight for our audience sake, please. Jesus Christ was crucified once. Nelson Mandela was in prison and he served once. Martin Luther King, we know the story of all of them. You served once, okay? Now, why you want to go back there? So you
Your
cannot give
question
us those
is-
examples.
Your question is, if I serve well, why was I defeated? I'm giving
Correct.
an analogy. In public speaking, sometimes we answer by examples. I'm giving an analogy of people that serve well and were still crucified. But that's besides the point. I demonstrated good governance at the legislature. I was suspended for 3 months without pay because I refused to to vote for the increment of lawmaker salary and to also accept luxury vehicle. Most of the things my brother Dillon promised are things that we did. In contemporary Liberian politics, Rufus Newville is the first and only lawmaker that was suspended because he stood up for the Liberian people. We also been resisting fraud. We've been resisting bribery. In fact, I was stripped of all committees in the legislature because I stood up for the Liberian people. My legacy at the legislature is unmatched, and that is why my people want me back. But we have another problem about our women in this country, and thank God Mandela is here. We have this issue of child support. I'm going to that legislature with a passion to change the child support law to support our girls when they have babies for us. Some of us are working, we have money, we don't support our babies. In the United States of America, it's a serious offense. In Liberia, it's a joke. We want to transform the penal code.
What did you do? I don't want to take all the time. What did you do when you were there, though? Why now?
All right. Okay, I champion the increment.
And I beg you, Fagon, you can come in next because I don't want to take all the time.
You asked me a question, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I champion the increment of civil servant salary. I am responsible for the revitalization. Mind you, when I was in that house, it was right after the war. We worked with the executive to transform most of the learning institutions across the country to support young people.
I'm talking about child support. I'm talking about child support. Child support.
Primarily, I also led the debate that transformed the rape law. We took the age of consent from 16 to 18 to protect Liberian women. And the list is just long. But I will admit to you, when I was in our house first, I was just from college. In fact, I got my first degree in accounting. Now I'm going back in the legislature as a lawyer, a very good lawyer, with adequate understanding of legislative statutes and lawmaking.
Thank you.
So I will function more efficiently and more professionally than the thief that
folks want to say. Thank you, sir. Folks want to say we have Mandela Cooper, the Honorable Mandela Cooper, as our guest, and we also have contributing guest, Ambassador Rufus Newville. We're going to go to the last round of questioning, then we'll open the phone line. Honorable Eugene Lamine Fagon.
Thank you. Before I do the next question, let me just make this quick comment that, I admire the Honorable Mandela Cooper when she says in 2017, what the Liberian people wanted, she worked with them to give them what they wanted. I don't think we're different today. The Liberian people wants the country to be rescued. From all of her statements she's making, you can clearly see that she wants to take the country from these people. And the Liberian people have made a clear choice as to what they want, and that is to take the country in line with what she said from these people. So in 2017, it is fair to say that she worked alongside Prince Johnson to accomplish the goal and the aspirations of the Liberian people. That was to take the country from the UP. She worked with them, and Prince Johnson was right there. And I just want to encourage her that we are in 2023. As a matter of fact, I would like to add that if we talk about the human rights record, Madam Joy Howard Taylor, who is the current VP and was the pick of George Weah at the time in 2017, is still on sanctions. But yet, Madam Cooper worked with PYJ and Joy Howard Taylor to make sure that the Liberian people got what they wanted. Now, fast forward, we're here. We got Prince Johnson on the other side still. Same person she worked with. And lots of other people coming around. Will you work with JMB this time? Regardless now of Prince Johnson, because you did it before. If you say no, Prince Johnson is there, he's going to be a de facto, then the question switches to why not now? So it's why not do it? And if you're not going to do it, why not now? Why not do it?
Eugene Fakwan, I got one question for you before I answer your question.
Okay, ask me a question.
In your CDC that they can take you to a class and teach your ass
You
straight.
can't say CDC. You said they kick me
They
out.
can teach you a lot of ass straight.
You said they kick me out.
You can go to Joey High School or ass straight. Why you get
But we on the show, Madam Cooper, please. The children are watching.
I apologize, Staten. I apologize.
Okay, ask the question now.
Eugene Fakwan, let me tell you something, my brother. Don't talk nonsense here that you can't validate. Okay, there was no working with Prince Johnson. You think because you say it so people believe it that your motto in CDC, y'all can just look at people then who y'all know. I studied communication in school, and it said there are certain group of people that just are easier to persuade, and so you can take the people who easy to persuade. You can just talk to you think that the people believe it. You think that my people.
Well, now you didn't support CDC.
No. Hold on. Don't
Prince Johnson supported
hey,
CDC.
man, my man. And you left CDC already? And you left CDC on the opposition side. You want people to take you seriously on this side, my man? Let me warn you. If you want people in the opposition to take you seriously, don't bring your CDC nonsense here. Okay? You think because you say, oh, my dear Cooper, where with Prince Johnson, you think they're going to go be the headlines for tomorrow? Nobody's going to be ready for you. I say you pay them to
No, I didn't say so. I said both of you supported in the second round.
No, because there were meetings had. And you never saw PYJ in any of those meetings. So for you to open your bush to come utter words on the show tonight,
okay,
Madam
Cooper, Madam Cooper, no, hold on. No. For the sake, hold on 1 minute, guys. For the sake of our audience, Madam Cooper.
I apologize, but please correct that man.
2017.
No, not because you say me, I believe it. I'm an educated woman. I didn't eat my school fee like most of you on the other side. Not to offend them. Good people in CDC. They are very fine men and women in CDC that didn't eat their school fee just like my dear Cooper, but you don't respect them. You don't respect the one who sat on the school bench, they eat their school fee and they let stupidity. Don't bring stupidity to me. And Stanton, again, I do apologize, Stanton. Honestly, that's the last time I will not do it again.
But so now let me ask the question again.
So don't come to your mother and say, me and Prince Johnson work together or Joel Howard Taylor this. Let me tell you something, okay?
2017, the second round, madam. 2017,
I got the microphone
second
down.
round.
Sweetie,
that's all I'm asking you. I'm not mad.
Let she answer. Minister Pagon. Minister Pagon.
You and Prince
I will
Johnson
expel you from the opposition. They see what you expect from CDC. I will expel you from the opposition. If
where the men will go now?
The men will be nowhere. The men will be in the Australian.
But you get
I will expel you
together first. A JMB supporter.
You quasi supporter in the opposition. Maybe you're a spy.
But
you are national opposition. We don't trust you yet. So when you come in with that kind of nonsense stuff, we not trust you in the opposition. Maybe you are agent from the other side. Yeah, I will tell JP not to trust you either. Keep talking that nonsense.
No problem. So we are saying trust me, then I will again.
Then you just go to your own side island. We'll put you on an island for the people who it makes sense.
But you know you are muted,
Isaac. You are muted.
You know Frog Island?
Al-Hassan, come in.
Fagon, you lost credibility with it. First 50,000 you crying about. You got no credibility.
I said, why you got no 50,000? Why don't you talk about?
The man lost credibility.
No.
The man used to be. The man used to be the street mercy for politics. But the man lost that title.
Isaac, I thought you were sleeping. Who woke you up, man? Come on.
Fagon keep arguing with our guests. Fagon just arguing with our guests. The man just a rooster. They know how to approach woman good. They gotta pick the other on the head.
You will recruit this woman to ANC. That woman got her own party. Stop it.
But man, and I'm recruiting you telling me your intention. I want to recruit that lady. She already gave her position.
I said, don't waste your time. You're too smart, baby.
Thank you.
That man from the other side. That man agent.
I'm gonna get that 50,000 for your mouth again, Eugene. I'm serious. I'm telling you.
Al-Hassan.
All right, let me go ahead.
You fooling the Liberian people. I hate to say the thing jail happy. I mean, that thing is criminal, Eugene. That thing is criminal.
Guys, let's move on now. Guys, let's move on.
That's criminal.
Guys, Fagon, Isaac, please. Al-Hassan, ask your question, please.
Answer my question, huh?
We're moving. Your question too high.
You missed the bus, baby. You missed the bus, honey. There's 2 buses left you already. You can stand by the mailbox.
He waiting for the
That
short
question
bus.
too
He
hard.
waiting for the
We'll
short
pass.
bus.
That
We'll
question
pass
too
on
hard.
The
that
short
question.
Oh,
yellow
why you
bus.
say,
That
man,
one.
waiting for the small yellow
The
bus,
short
but I
bus
don't
for
do
the people
that,
that who
man.
not.
I withdraw my question. I withdraw my
And
question.
then when they see color has a short bus,
Hey,
I withdraw my
man.
So they
question.
get messy. So they get messy.
I withdraw my question.
I say
withdraw
you're
my
not correct.
question.
You're not correct. I say I tell you, you need a boy alone.
I'll say, go ahead.
All right.
I withdraw my question. Yeah, go ahead.
Madam
I withdraw my
Cooper,
question.
I see you trying to calibrate your words, and you've been very careful, trying to be politically correct, which is a good thing. You said you had some very strong words. I think the other time when you were on the show, my Isaacs just repeated it, and I know you mentioned Mr. Cummings, but my thing here is you are very passionate about what you said, and I'm sure you meant what you said the last time. My thing here is, knowing Mr. Cummings, what do you think that the ANC and Mr. Cummings is not doing well? I just want your personal opinion. What are they not doing well? And how did you arrive at that? Yeah, what are they not doing well?
Here's my position. Alexander Cummings is a strong member of the opposition. He's making his decision. And we're going to give him some time to make his decision because not every child, I have 3 biological children, hundreds of adopted. It's not every child that have the same development stages. Okay. So let's give Alex Cummings a moment to decide what he's doing. And when he comes up with his on the ticket, we'll see it. Right?
No, what I mean, what informed that decision? That
What
the
decision?
Liberians, they not want the Congo kind of people.
Hey man, you bored. The way you quiet like you're looking very smart.
The woman apologized on that.
No, but yes.
No, I'm not going into the whole Congo thing. I'm sure it came from somewhere. Her position came from somewhere.
There's a thing called survey and pollings in elections. Surveys and pollings. You have got to conduct a survey and polling to know your position. And the pulse, feel the pulse of the people, the voters, right? Unfortunately, we are not done. We have not completed the 9 counties that's going through the BVR at the moment. So until then, we wouldn't know who's registered, who's not. But when you do a poll, you sort of know your position. And sometimes people can play around with those polls to make it seem like for fundraising purposes. And sometimes people know the real truth, the hard truth about where they stand as a candidate. You go around the country, ask people who you like, you know the person, you give all the list of candidates. If your candidate name doesn't come up, some people got 25%, 35%. Even if the president was at 35% the last time we checked his popularity, right? His approval rating, I should say, 35%. And I'm sure Eugene Falcon can attest to this. So you do this thing called polling. That's how you feel the pulse of the people. And so that's where my information comes from, Sudi.
My next question. You as an integral member of the opposition, what are you going to do personally to unite the opposition?
We're getting people on the table to talk. We got to get people together to talk. And I will say this much, I'll give Cummings the credit. He came to the table to talk. Bokai came to the table to talk. Of course, we didn't come to a conclusion with it, but we're still pulling people to the table to talk. I spoke to Gonglo the other day. And I also spoke to the female senators in the Senate. We're talking to everyone. That includes Yamini Ganga Lawrence, as well as my girl Boto, who I can't leave out of the equation because she's a great activist and advocate. And so we're bringing people to the table to talk, to say, look, guys, I know this is very hard. Everybody wants to go and say, I'm the president. But if it doesn't pan out where you are the one that's going to get us the win, our only selfish reason right now is the win, right? Collectively, if you're not the one, let's be real. Let's be serious. And last week, I used some very harsh words. And I told the opposition to get off their derrieres. And so that was a wake-up call. And I think I texted Stanton to tell him, since that show, I have gotten numerous calls. My WhatsApp has been blowing up from the diaspora to people in the country saying, McDella, thank you. That was a wake-up call for the opposition because it shows that people are serious. So what am I doing? Getting people to the table to talk. And I want to say bravo to what's his name, to Yeke, to Cummings, to Bokai, to Gonglo. And we're still going around. Next week, I'm meeting with a few others. And I will say this, there's a young man in race called Clarence Monuba. Meeting with Clarence Monuba next week. Why? Because I have to remind everyone, if you're not the chosen one, because your polling just doesn't add it, the numbers doesn't add up, let's support whoever got the polling numbers. That is what this is all about. So that's what I'm doing. And I'm going to pay for that polling.
Thank you.
Do you have a question for Ambassador Newville, Fadika?
Oh yeah, Newville, that's my good friend. I know. Sarah Mandela stole the show.
Oh yeah.
Ambassador
Yeah.
I mean,
So
look, I
presidential
mean,
candidate,
no,
so we
no,
have to
no,
give all the
Novell,
time.
no, Novell. I mean, look at me. I look much better than you. People want to talk
She
to me
stole
more than
the
want to talk
show.
to you.
Honestly,
Come on,
you
look at
can't
me,
blame
Novell.
Wow.
Boss lady, no problem.
Novell's my boy. He's my boy. I love him.
Mr. Newville, oh man, this is not your first rodeo. You're one of the youngest in the house, and you went on the CDC. Akaras Gray, who happens to be, I think, your office assistant, kind of stole your job. Now you want to unseat him. Give the librarian for just three reasons why. I know you've been mentioning, but I want you to find the three best solid reasons why they should choose you now. I know a couple of weeks ago, this whole endorsement started when that during that riot on the UL campus, and we were following closely. And right then, you were petitioned to run again. Are the students still behind you? So just add everything together and tell why we should choose.
I don't have any regret for helping Akaros Gray. You know, one day I was sitting in my office in the Capitol building, and I saw this. You know, he was slim at the time. You know, young man coming asking for help, and I'm a human being. You know, I always love to reach out. So I took Akaros Gray as a small brother. I employed him as my special assistant, and I tried to make something out of him. And for me, when I do good for people, I just leave it with God. That's why you don't hear me talking about where I took Akaros from. I took him to the CDC, introduced him to Ambassador Weah, and, you know, try to make him a politician because he was never in student politics at the time. But I have no regrets. I'm coming to unseat Akaros Gray because he committed three major political sins, like I said the last time. And if Stanton would just give me 2 minutes without interruption, I would say the three reasons. Mr. Gray brutalized university students. In fact, there are reports that the talks he took at the university were in the process of trying to rape a lady when Yeke Kolubai arrived and drove him from the campus. So if Yeke was just 5 minutes late, Gray talks would have raped a university student. Very sad. Second, he undermined the integrity and the independence of the judiciary by wrongly, falsely initiating a bill of impeachment that took Kabina Jane from the Supreme Court. The removal of Kabina Jane costs Liberia some money now. We have to pay a lot of money in damages to him from the ECOWAS court. And it also undermined the integrity and the independence of the judiciary. Being a lawyer, it came close to me because that's my territory. That's the second reason why we want to remove him. And the third reason, we talk about rampant corruption. The China Union gave $20,000 to districts in Montserrat County, each district, to be specific, $20,000. And I challenged any Montserrat lawmaker to call on the show and tell me that he didn't receive that $20,000. District A, no report. Mr. Gray admitted in OKFM that he received $30,000 in 2 installments, 2020-2021 fiscal year. $60,000. The people in Sodewen, Buse Quarter, Jalastan, Raspberry Valley, 12th Street, they have not seen the report. Gray is a proven thief. I'm coming on a rescue mission in District 8 to emancipate my people from the ashes of corruption and backwardness. 2029, Rufus Newville will not be your candidate. I will step aside to give the young people the chance to compete. For now, if I don't put my feet in that district, I have a fear that some of our colleagues that are contesting do not have the political muscle to unseat Gray, and Gray has become an Ebola in the body politics of this country. We want to kick him out. So those are the 3 reasons why we want Mr. Gray to leave. But talking about my legacy, you know, during early time, there was a company from China that came here, and they said they wanted to establish a boat or raft kind of investment on the bank of the Du River, Slipway, Raspberry Valley, Jalastan, up to 12th Street, Satan, Plunker. They have plans to clear all the houses along the river bank. I put my feet on the ground, Fadiga. I insisted that until you can build low-income housing estate, we will not allow you to take our people from their homes. That how all those communities still exist along the Du River bank today. More to that, I champion the disarmament of young people, the DDRR. Go and check the records at the United Nations missions today. My name is at the UN headquarters. We work with General Klein to disarm thousands of young people in this country. Almost 1 million young people, directly or indirectly, were holding arms. So I did my best as a lawmaker. even though sometimes people don't understand your best. Mr. Gray,
And I know-
after 12 years, Mr. Gray, after 12 years, has nothing to offer. He's now engineering the unconstitutional removal of ministers from the country. These guys have ill-advised President Weah. President Weah was very promising. He was a star in Liberia and a star in Africa. And we actually thought that he would have transformed this country. Mandela Cooper was there to help. Eugene Fangon helped. I helped. A lot of us helped.
I got one more question, right?
Appointment today.
No, only one question for him. Please,
No,
I gotta go to
CEO,
Mr.
on my
Isaac.
second question. CEO, you are directing
No. Hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute. Let me bring in. I beg you. Mr. Newville, Mr. Newville, you're coming back next week. We know that they're bringing Isaac back. We got to open the phone line. The folks are calling me. They got questions for you guys. So let me bring in Isaac back. Then we go to the phone line, please. I mean, to this Saturday back. Man, got to get all of the hosts. We're begging you back. You are muted, Isaac. You are muted.
Is this a question for Newville now?
You have both of them, Isaac.
Okay.
One each, please.
All right. So beyond, well, the first one for Magdala, beyond your desire, what specific actions you think you can do to bring the opposition to the table? And based on the fact that many of you have multiple needs, you're saying you don't have egos, but there are other people who definitely have egos in the opposition who have, probably talked to work together or to do X, Y, Z. So what is your idea of unity, and how can you influence these people towards that point of unity?
Brilliant question, Isaac. Really great question. Look, we can only but plead with everyone within the opposition bloc to put Liberia first, to put Liberia over their own interests. That's all we can do. We can't force anyone. But the people of Liberia will be a determining factor at the end of the day. So all we can do is to put in a phone call and say, guys, let's do this. Because we have to focus on raising the funds to win this election. Without money, we're not going to win this election. And we got to do it as a team effort. And again, I'm not saying this to say, oh, I have no interest in my own candidacy. I do. I would love to see myself the winner. Okay, but Liberia must come first. The interest of this country must come first. And so I'm being redundant here because this has to apply. So all I can do is to call people to the table. And if they don't come, of course. And if the opposition, if the opposition goes south, then we all know we are to blame. But until then, I'm never going to stop trying to get people to sit at the table to agree. Look, so far, most people have agreed that they're going to go independently, right? They're going to go run their own campaigns. They're going to make their own efforts in round one. And then in round two, there'll be no opposition that's going to support the incumbent. We're going to band together and support that person that gets the highest number. And so that's what we have agreed on so far.
So just to piggyback on that, let's say Boyka Kun wins, or even if, let's say, Elegano Cummings or Gonlo Head, the rest of the opposition ticket, are you willing to engage Boyka Kun in conversation for this quote-unquote united position in the second round?
Look, I've said this before, and I think I've been redundant enough and I've sort of been repetitious enough. And so the question is a bit redundant as well. No matter who it is, Eugene, what are you laughing for over there, you boy?
I can look at somebody's question and say the person question redundant.
But I've said it. I've given the answer already. I've given the answer to this question. The question was, if
stop picking on Isaac, man. I'm sorry, my dad.
Look, Fangon know he already now lose credibility. He just want to interject. My dad, answer the question.
September 2020.
No, I beg you, Fangon, leave it. Let Madam Cooper answer the question. We come to you. I beg you,
but
I beg you. Let's give Madam Cooper the chance.
Somebody not texting false information.
You distracting a man. Man, focus. Leave that man alone. So the answer to the question about
that question redundant.
And you see that, bro?
And she's still answering. She said it about yours. That her excuse. That her caveat for every question.
Where you get it, boy? For that Eugene back on, man. Where you get it, man? For
Magdala, answer the question.
That Joe, we are picking.
No, we are former picking.
No, Eugene, let me answer my question here before I get in trouble. So the idea is, so far everyone has everyone has agreed they will go independently, and then in the second round we'll all stick together. But we have got to try to look, and we're okay with that. But if we can do this in the front, why wait until the next step? First of all, the government doesn't even have money for election, and we're not even sure election is going to happen. Okay, I spoke to some people in the election commission, and they've already said the election commission was funded from a credible source. The election commission has been funded until the 16th of April, but it said fully funded. And I said, look, don't say things like that. I respect you too much. When you say fully funded, the duration of the election is until the second round. And if the election is not funded until the second round, you cannot use the word fully funded until April. It was April 16th. And so that's a joke. We don't have money. The government cannot put the money down for the election. We're not sure if election is going to happen. My thing is, if there's no money, move the election by a few months. We're already spiraling into a constitutional catastrophe. We are already there. The Constitution has already been broken already over and over. So this is not, look, by postponing election because of lack of funds, of funding, it's not going to hurt this country. It will, as a matter of fact, it will help this country. It will help this country greatly. And so, but one thing for sure, this incompetent government should understand, or administration should understand, we will not tolerate our election being broken into pieces like they did the BVR process. The BVR process was broken into two phases, 6 counties and now 9 counties, because they didn't have the money. The $20 million that was requested, they could barely give $4 million to the election commission. This is a mere deterioration of our agencies of government. And the election commission should be an independent body, not depending on government to pay them. Oh, I like you today, I'll give you money. This is not your girlfriend. This is our reputable institution. This is not where you decide whether you give full money today or you don't because you're not happy with the exchange you got from them. No. This government needs to understand this is our institutions they need to be protected, especially the election commission that is responsible for our democracy. And so this is another issue the opposition have to stand together on. We have to stop talking about these little mini problems and focus on the bigger problems at hand, our hand here, which is the election commission doesn't have money to run an election. And we're talking about opposition. There will be no opposition or no election.
Thank you, madam.
And just a second, Stanton. One more thing. If this election is postponed, this incumbent government should not even think after the constitutional cancellation day, they will not be sitting in a seat. So let it play around and not give the election commission money. I will start.
Though I said thank you, that was going to be my question after Isaac asked his question. So I want to give you some time to please another 1 minute. Many Liberians out there are saying there will probably be a problem, and there will be no election. Or if there will be election, there will be some serious issue that will take us to interim government. You got 1 minute to explain. You've been traveling around the world. You understand it from the United Nations, from European Union, and all of folks. What are your thoughts? Are we going to run into a problem?
I predict a major problem, Stanton, but I don't want to say this to put fear in the Liberian people, right? This is why we have to protect our children in the house and make sure we don't give them meat when they have only teeth for milk, okay? So there's going to be problems. I predict a problem. If the government cannot, and with the assistance of the legislature, confirm the resources for this election by a certain date, we, the people of this republic, have to let this government know that we're not going to be played upon. They're not going to come to us and say, oh, that's more money here. That will create a major problem in this election. And two, from the all writings on the wall have indicated, excuse me, I can't even talk, I need water, have indicated that from the what do you call it, the censor, there has been an attempt to rig this election. There has been an attempt to rig this election by this administration. Power swill, they won't go by there to enjoy again, but we'll not let them. So there will be a problem. They're going to make an attempt to rig this election, but I kid you not, we are ready. We're ready. And so,
have you spoken to any international or watchdog? Are they monitoring what's going on? I know we're going to have you back again. It's important for us to educate our fellow Liberians on this issue. I don't want to take Isaac time though. Mr. Toba, your second question. Then we'll go
my second question goes to Rufus. Back when we were in the CDC, I supported you as a legislative candidate because Akaros was sitting Deputy Secretary General or something at the time, or Secretary General. And the idea was somebody who was holding party office should not have been running for legislative position and try to be teamed. But as usual, they were violating the rules, and I supported you. Akaras am picking, but he's very, very, very full of nonsense, and he knows that. So what are your real chances? I mean, we see Akara has failed. Akaras did not produce reports. He has been very, very, like, basically non-existent in the district to a large extent. And you, as somebody who is trying to replace him, what is your strategy to really replace Akaras? Because it has to be grassroots. We know the makeup of the population in your district. And if you're talking about your legislative success and other stuff, I don't know that it will resonate with them. So what do you think you would do, or what can you share what you would do?
Well, I don't know how long the CEO is going to give me time to talk. I know he was put his hand up, but the fact is, I made Akaras that I'm picking. I'm appealing to the other people that are running in district number 8 to give me a chance. Let me deconstruct the below I constructed. I'll tell you clear about Akaras. Akaras got one weapon. He's going to pretend like he's defending George Weah in the CDC. There is a CDC block in district number 8, so he will act like he's defending George Weah, and then he will hide behind a number of seditions in district number 8, which is we still have there as a matter of fact. But these very seditions are victims of Akaras' misrule. The very seditions. Look, they call me all the time and complain about the $250,000 wedding in Paris. They call me all the time and complain Gray has 2 Mercedes-Benz, a Chevrolet Tahoe, and 2 other luxury vehicles. The total value of Akaras Gray cars is almost $400,000 to $500,000 United States dollars. When the clinics in Solingwen don't even have paracetamol, when the clinics in how you call it, Slipway, Booster Quarter and other parts of the district don't even have buckets for the sick people to wash their hands with Clorox. For the past 12 years, Gray has made himself a rich man at the detriment of the women and children in district number 8. No one wants to see him. No one wants to hear that name. All we are doing now is to properly articulate the rescue mission in district number 8 to get Akaras Gray out. There are other young guys there that are running around. They are running. I don't have anything personal against them. We are appealing to our people now to spread the votes. In 2017, Akaras Gray won the election with 21% of the votes. So almost 80% of the people in district number 8 rejected Akaras, but they rejected him over several candidates. Go on web Nexat and see the result. Gray got 5,400 votes out of almost 30,000 voters. But there were no individual candidate to concentrate just 6,000 out of the 25,000 voters. So Akaras managed to slip. This time around, Rufus Newville is in the race. We are appealing to people that Gray have oppressed over the years. They sued that Gray code for 12 years that they're not done. It will not done in October. Secondly, people talking about election, no money, and the proclivity, the tendency that they could extend the time. If this government will extend the election time by 1 day, the following day, I will go to the Capitol building in the office of District Number 8, put my kosu there, put my chair there, and sit down and start to work. Maybe Akaras Gray and myself will be in our office, stand on, the rest of the people will come move us from there. 1 day, because this man is corrupt, he has failed our people. We are on a mission to redeem him, and we're using the occasion to caution President Weah, to warn President Weah, because in 2017, our people said they don't want Akaras Gray. George Weah went to Radita Market, Jobita Market. My people are bigger. You know, the president's birthday is like in October. It's around the election time. So he said, I know the man did nothing for y'all, but my birthday gift, that Akaras Gray. I beg y'all vote for him again. He will improve. That's how he managed to get 20 or 21% of the votes. This time around, I don't know when they will have George Weah's birthday. I don't have any birthday cake, but we will resist any attempt. Because if you love the Liberian people and Akaras Gray stealing from the Liberian people, you will not come there to put his hand up. To Boyka and Cummins and Tewon Gonglo, I listen to my sister Mandela very well. Anytime you attack Cummins, you help George Weah. Anytime you attack Boyka, you help George Weah. Anytime you attack Tewon Gonglo, you help George Weah, because there's a chance of a second round. And the man you cussing in the first round, that the man you will need in the second round. The CDC has made it a policy that Yeke Koluba and Rufus Newville must be nowhere around the Capitol building for the next General Assembly. I'm appealing to all Liberians to join us in the struggle. Let the CDC say why they don't want Yeke. Let the CDC say why they don't want Rufus Newville. When I'm one of those who initiated this whole idea of CDC, because George Weah is aware, and several political leaders will tell you that I am uncompromising when it comes to integrity, discipline, and transparency. We're going to that legislature to fight for the poor people and to fight for them fearlessly. Some people see me on the street, they mug at me. But
Ambassador Newville, we got to go to the phone line. Sorry to interrupt you.
Let me just land, Stanton.
Yeah,
Some
please.
people see me on the street, they say, Lord Newville, how you manage? People living in a building with universities, trucks, high schools, logging concession. How you manage a rich man? And I always tell them the Capitol building is an area where you fight for the poor people. It's a place where you go to serve. It's not a place you go to get rich. We're going to push for an increment in the salary of civil servants. We're going to push for a reduction in the salary of lawmakers. I will tell you something before you take the microphone from me. Lawmakers have 3 vehicles every year duty-free. I know you're just hearing that one. You'll check to the building, they will tell you. Every year you bring 3 cars in the country free. When there were 1, they had elevated it to 3. Ava was talking about tax waiver, almost 300 million. That one source there. And I know he has a whole table of it. Why are you giving lawmakers duty free up to 3 cars? You know how much you're taking from government for 103 people?
Thank you very much, Ambassador Newville. I'm sorry we got to go. I'm sorry we got to go. That's exactly why the United States ambassador.
A private medical treatment.
Thank you, Ambassador Newville.
So
Ambassador.
I want to conclude by saying, Santo, let me conclude by saying,
yes, sir.
I'm going to enter that building by the blessing of God and the people of District Number 8. And Kairos Gray have stolen from our people. Y'all join me. Let's bring him down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will let Fagon to take us home and to the phone line, not home, but he will take us to the phone line real quick. Honorable Madera Cooper, your friend or brother, probably you know him, consider Jerome Verdier, like to know who would be your running mate. Are you ready to announce a running mate?
I will very shortly, in a short period of time. I will. Maybe by this week or the week after.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe he heard you because he's watching the show. And again, he said congrats to you. Honorable Fagon, take us to the phone line.
Well, you said take us to the phone lines.
If you have a final question, then we'll go to the phone line.
I do have a final question. And the question is simple. By the way, a lot of people on the live feed, Fagon, why are you sitting down taking out insults? Guys, calm down. This is a platform. And our job here is to help you people understand. But to take you home is to take you to the phone line with the facts so that the callers can be able to know that we have integrity. From the Inquirer, from the New Dawn, can you put those pictures up so Ava can see that in September, on the date, on the 20th, that's the New Dawn. Maybe you can put an Inquirer for him to see that Senator Johnson Lodge coming for US 50,000 contribution to the university.
It's so sorry when somebody who claims they got, I think, 4 associate degrees cannot read. No, you cannot read, Fagon. You cannot read. It's very pathetic that you can't read with understanding.
No, wait, let me finish. What read with understanding? One thing y'all want to put everything on Prince Johnson here.
You are muted.
But then when Prince Johnson do it, then that Prince Johnson, hey. Then when you go to Prince Johnson University, and that Prince Johnson, we're not going to be playing a katabata here. That BYJ University, you get 50,000 to 50,000. So you came by, you say, you only heard about it. Yeah, they did that September 20th, 2022. In that office, before you wrote that book, Avatuba, where were you on the morning of September 20th, 2022? Not 23 or 23. What I'm saying to you is we have credibility. If we give you any information, take it. And by the way, yeah, they're on the screen. So one day, PYJ that devil, nobody will do business with him. He made a university. His university say PYJ University. They're not government university. He bring a own teacher. He beg around for money. He paid that university. He spent $4.5 million on that university for his friends then, well-wishers, everybody. They said nobody will do business with a man. Yeah. Cummings go get a man, 50,000 for the university. We can't talk it. You who in the party, you say, yeah, about it. Me who not inside, I tell you about it. And you see it? So, to take the people to the phone line, my boy, I know the truth. One day, Prince Johnson and devil, they will do business with him. Even Madame Mandela come over here, she and Prince Johnson, they're the one made job. We are winning the second round in 2017. I say again, she was working with Prince Johnson in 2017.
Don't forget who said you now. Don't forget who said you were there. And you were there.
Beat Joseph Parker. I was there too. I myself was there. She on me.
Good.
But then, until they all work with the man now, the man said, then I put one more Inquirer newspaper, since September 20. The man said, okay, I will work with JMB this time. They said the men are rebel. I rest my case with y'all like Brempo. I know y'all coming for them on the phone line.
So folks who want to go to the phone line, I would give Mr. Isaac Vatuba the chance at least a minute to respond. Then we must go to the phone line. Go ahead, Mr. Tuba.
Thank you. So let me correct. The first thing, I was not COS September 2022. I was not COS. The second thing is that money was donated. Hey, my man, be quiet, Eugene.
You are an author.
It doesn't make you smart. It doesn't make you smart.
Minister Fagon, let him finish now. I beg you, give him a chance.
It doesn't make you smart to interrupt.
Yeah, but let Isaac continue.
You ran away from the show the last time. You ran away when I wanted to bring the tip. Were you
Isaac, please go ahead. Yeah, Minister Fagon, we got to give Isaac the chance, please. We got to go to the phone line. Yes, no interruption now. I beg you. They got question for Newville and Madera Cooper. So let's go. Isaac, please. I will probably, please, I beg you, Isaac. Go ahead, sir.
I can go. I was muted when the man was talking. I can go.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So Eugene cannot read with comprehension because a headline is on a date. Does that mean that's the date a thing happened? Prince Johnson was recounting a story, and he said that Mr. Cummings donated $50,000 to his university. That donation was done in 2017. It was not done September 22, Eugene, because you see, if there's a headline tomorrow, as if Atuba says, Eugene, he ain't got too much sense. That means that on tomorrow I said it? No.
It's
the last thing, my man.
I said the fact that it was done. It was done.
That's why you deny.
Yes, but no. I never denied that it was done. You said Prince Johnson had gotten his sanction and then Mr. Cummings did business with him. I'm telling you, you are totally
if this guy
wrong.
is the devil, then we all work with the devil.
No, man. Don't interrupt.
I said the people coming from
man, I'll be interrupting you and you controlling the team because I am papa.
So guys, we have to go. We have to go.
No.
Don't put me in your
y'all see what happened when men rule the world?
Let me finish my statement.
Yeah, plenty, right?
And I see what happened when men. And I see wait, my microphone on.
Can I finish?
Isaac, hold on, baby. Isaac, hold on, baby. Y'all see what happened when men rule the world? Y'all see that one woman sitting down here being civilized. And all your joy yelling.
That
boy with that yellow shirt waiting for the shop boss.
You look at me.
I say go ahead, yeah.
Just to clarify for people, the next time PYJ comes here, hopefully I'm on for us to asking that question when he received that funding to his university. Again, the money was to university. It was not to PYJ. As much as the university is named after him, it was not that the money was given PYJ, go buy a car or go do this. No, it was given to the university for education purposes because Mr. Cummings believes in education. It was done in 2017. The fact that PYJ were asking and trying to say, oh, he said it other day, he said, Mr. Cummings, are you friend? He said it other day. So he was trying to make a case and make a point. So read the article. Don't just be blindfolded.
Thank you, sir.
Title of the article.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Aaron Kuban. We want to say thanks to Honorable Magdala Cooper for joining us this Saturday. We want to say thanks to Ambassador Rufus Newville for joining us. We had a long conversation, Ambassador. You say you'll be going to Tubman Hart, Williams vs. Tubman Hart School. We saw some pictures yesterday were so bad, man. The campus is worse. Yeah. We hope that you can help us understand next week when you come back your plan to help the education system in your district. Okay, we're going to go to the phone line. Please be respectful. I called Ambassador Newville or Honorable Cooper, who you want to answer your question, and post your question to them. I want you not to be so serious. What's going on between Eugene Lamin Fagon and Isaac Vatuba? They're from the same bush, and that bush is CDC bush. But let's come to the question. Aaron Kuben.
Okay, so the numbers to call are 0777 7710750 5101075. Call us and be live on the program tonight. Let's take this first person here. Good evening, welcome.
Yeah, I'm Deacon Edward calling from Habe. Number 2.
Go ahead, sir.
Issue today. And PYJ supported her from now on.
Wow. I can barely hear you. I don't know. Hello?
Hello?
Let the man call back without hearing him. Aaron, please.
Welcome. Go ahead.
I got somebody on the line.
My name is Emmanuel Bale. I call from the KJ bus.
Go ahead, Bale.
Yeah, you see, I just want to ask Rupert Lisa. Part of the years, when he and Akaris work together, you see, these are the hypocrisy we are talking about in this particular library. If we keep holding library like this, we will not move forward. So today, when they are he will come and say a lot of things, about Akaris will come and say all kinds of things about him. And goes again to even the UG Fagon. UG Fagon, you that denigrated all the Unity Party people. Today you will sit in studio to be facing them, then you call yourself sedition. But I tell you today, you will be eyeing a bone super local, but you will be shame when George will win the election. Shame will come to your doorstep. Thank you very much.
Thank you, brother, for calling. Let's take this person. Welcome.
Yeah, this is Samuel Mo calling from Ghana.
Go ahead, Mo.
Well, let me just say so, Ambassador Newville, we need our rescue. Because Princeton, everybody beginning the district, they is one of my Lawmaker. So we can trust such a man with that district. We are current of the firepower when it comes to talking, and that is strength. So then, you talking in politics, you are a teacher. So we bet put feet on the ground and love it with JMP. My name is Steven. If you say you go by yourself,
okay,
you beat it flat.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you. I also got somebody on his line.
Thank you.
Isaac, you got somebody on your line, right? You are muted, Isaac.
Muted. Hold on, muted. So you gotta speak louder. Go ahead.
Yeah, hello. Okay, good evening. Good evening to everyone. I want to respond to Eugene Fagon, and I want to speak directly to my Liberian people. You guys have to open your mind. I'm in Liberia currently. This is Siliki come up on the show too. Eugene Fagon left the government. He's in America and enjoying himself. So Eugene does not care for you or in Liberia. So Eugene will continue to mislead you. The reason you see Eugene Fagon leading towards Joe Baka today, because he knows very well that those people will protect him. He will bring him back to the government again, and he can't go with a government job. So we got to elevate the debate for the presidency. So now back to Prince Johnson and Jeremiah on the whole VP bid of JNB. You know, a few months ago, when Louis Brown and the other people joined the Gomez, you saw the Unity Party people accusing those people of being killers and war criminals. But now Prince Johnson, who is well, noticed for killing people during the war, they are celebrating Prince Johnson now. So my Liberian people, this is not about Cummins. This is about every one of us. Let's open our eyes and open our mind. This election is not for play. And if you think that you're doing this against Cummins, you are joking, because this election is about Liberia.
Thank you very much, my friend. We appreciate you, Mr. Sherry. Thank you very much. Aaron, you got anybody else? If you have a question, post a question to Madam Cooper or Ambassador Newville, because we'll take 10 more questions. We gotta go, please.
Okay, welcome. You are live.
I think my name is Big Jones. I'm calling from Chicago Factory.
Go ahead. We can barely hear you. Just move away and call back from where you. Yeah, move from away from where you are and call back. Let's take this person here. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome. Let's hear you.
Well, there's a voice of Prince Kolake, a phone from District 5. I think the last time I heard Mr. Rufus Nobel, I heard him on EFBC when he was talking about the issue of a counter protest. I posted a question to him, though he did not answer it. But for the benefit of this discussion tonight, I want to ask him a similar question. When he said that he was going to counter protest the December 30th we are step down campaign, I asked him and then said those people, they are saying that they will use Article 1 and Article 17 to gallop. You that are going to counter protest along with your people, which of the articles you are using as your reliance to go and counter protest? So now, because he's not getting his share for which he tried to disorganize that identical association. So it is now time that he's coming out to the public to act as if he's an opposition. No, Rufus Noel has been running and dining with this regime. So he will not come beg for public sympathy yet tonight for us to listen to him. He is no different from Moses Akara's grade. So let me answer the question.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Let's take this person. Welcome.
Yeah, I was on the line. I was saying that Prince Johnson supporter of he was not a bad person. But when he supported Baka today, and they tried to criticize Prince Johnson. And mind you, people are saying that when
you're going by again. Your line going by. I'm sorry, but I cannot keep you on. Others are listening. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Joseph, calling from Johnsonville.
Go ahead.
Let me say this to CEO Fagon. Fagon, we only saying your propaganda against this government that made you. Nobody knew who to call Fagon today. That came into being that people call you. And because of grief, you decide to be running with all type of propaganda. And you get video that denigrating the fat president. And I think the funny guy, you get a video, you posted it the last time, that you denigrating the fat president, that you don't have fresh idea. Is it now Bugger have fresh idea?
Okay, thank you. Let me take another person. Yeah, welcome.
Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening, you are live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, good evening, then good evening, Manakoto. You see, my call is even to tell you about, I like what all you said, Manakoto. But one thing I want to tell you people is, all of us are opposition. I want us to send on our feet to give president. We are one same president to be taking burial. And let it be with us and in the right manner, and we can show on this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. CEO, can I continue?
Yes, good evening.
Yeah,
let's take four more, just four more real quick. Then we'll go to good day. Please.
I'm joining this conversation from Bannersville District 11.
Go ahead.
Let me appreciate Madam Cooper. You see, these are people that we need. We want this untold suffering that is on the Liberian people here. We wanted to remove on our head. Look, we make mistake 2017. This time around, we cannot even stand this regime. After their time, we cannot stand it for even 30 minutes. So, like Madam Cooper told you, this is what we need all oppositions to do. Let us go together. Let us speak to each other. Let us find means to be able to reconcile each other. That will find means to move it until something. Look, the Liberian people.
You're going off the line. You got to take another person from here. Welcome.
Yeah. Good evening, my brother.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Clarence K. Mambo calling from Ghana.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me get the Kumi supporter on spoon. If you know Liberia politics and you miss your chances, forget it. Kumi have great opportunity. Kumi join in politics not that long for you to bet to be VP on Omebwaka himself now. And
Is that bad?
I always listen to my sisters and other people. Look, when you're on the ground here, there is time for everything. No matter how you talk for coming now, you'll wait for next time.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, let's hear you.
Thank you, Aaron, and thank you to the panel, and let's say thank you to the CEO. This is DJ Lumet calling from Forward. I'm backing all the opposition. Please, we shouldn't attack one another. As my brother Rufo regularly said, if you attack Baka, it will be a good thing for President Weah. If you attack Omi, it will be a good thing for President Weah. Let every one of us send our asthma, our bazooka, everything to President Weah, because we are suffering. This country is going down. This drug issue, Aaron, I continue to talk about. The drug is killing our children, and the government has nothing to do about it. Now you go to hospital, every hospital hospital, even sometimes the private hospital will even charge you more. GSC now will somebody will go there and deliver. They will hold you because of you got the money to pay. Let them move the government from power. Please, the opposition, we shouldn't attack one another. I'm backing them. May God bless Liberia and save our state. Thank you very much, my brother.
Thank you very much, Aaron Kuban. We appreciate all the callers. Again, you can join us on Monday. By God's grace, we'll have Steve Zago, Senator of Lofa County, as our guest. Senator Zago will be our guest on Monday. We just want you, please follow Spoon Network, Fabric, Super TV, Super FM, Fabric TV, Fabric FM, and Spoon TV, Spoon FM. Again, the first or second week in May or so thereafter, we will be bringing in another program, which will be our morning program and the May Day program, something like the flag program on Spoon, like a Spoon Talk. We want to say we are in conversation with every political party. We just want to tell you, please, if you have your program, like Madam Cooper did, come and join us on our set, like the JMB Unity Party did. We promoted the show, and this is what we do best. You can reach out to Madam Titi Kane or the business manager Patricia Dapo, and they will be glad to speak to you. Again, we say thanks to all. We're going to give our guest, Honorable Madam Madera Cooper, the chance to no international call. We're all of time. We got only 2 more minutes to 11. They got to go home. So we're going to give her the chance to address what she want to address on from those quarters. Then we're going to go to Ambassador Rufus Newville. From there, we're going to end the show for today. Thank you very much, Madam Cooper.
Well, Staten, thank you so much for having me on today. As usual, I love what you do and how you do it. Thank you for this platform. And to all of the panelists, it was a really wonderful conversation. And we need to continue this dialogue because my mission and my goal is really Liberia first, bring the opposition together. And you've heard the colors. Every caller that called this evening agree with his mandate, with his mission, bring the opposition together to give Weah his den of thieves and thugs one term and get him out of here. That's what Liberia needs to stop this severe suffering that this country is going through. So let's show Liberia a lot of love. Let's support the opposition and let's win October. And we'll be back here to talk more about the BVR and election funding and all those things. And we will continue to keep our people abreast of what's happening in the country so that they know how to make the right decision. And the right decision come this next election, October 2023, is the opposition. Thank you so much. God bless all of you, even to the insanely, ridiculously hilarious Eugene Falcon. Great to be here with you. Talk about that's a compliment for him. See, he's smiling. You like that. And to all of the rest of my brother Hassan Hussein, Ambassador, all of you guys, Novell, you guys, thank you so much. Stanton, once again, thank you very much for having me.
You're welcome, ma'am. Anytime. Thank you very much. Ambassador Rufus Newville.
There can never be a good president with a bad legislature. The legislature is the only assembly that can constrain the president and ensure governance. Under the power of oversight, the lawmakers can ensure that ministers perform and commissioners perform. The lawmakers also have the power to impeach the president or the Chief Justice or Associate Justices of the Supreme Court. The real power in the country, my Liberian people, is inside that Capitol building. We got to get those buffons out of there. We got to get those thieves out of there. You join us. We got to get Akaro Gray and the rest of the bad guys from that building. So that if Joseph Boyka is elected president, or Alexander Kumi, or Tewon Konglo, or Mandela Cooper, whoever you decide to make president, that person will have serious governance and political support. If you don't like Akaros Gray in district number 8, concentrate the votes on Rufus Newville, because the competitors there do not have the political muscle to unseat Akaros Gray. I present that opportunity for you. Thank you very much. Let me conclude by saying, don't worry about Prince Johnson being a de facto vice president. Under our constitution, the role of the vice president is almost insignificant. You can vote until there's a tie, so you may not vote the whole 6 years. The president cannot assign to you any constitutional function assigned to him. So you are extremely limited. You are actually a reserve, waiting in case of death or incapacity so that you can become president. So the fear about de facto Prince Johnson will not hold. Let us focus on the opposition bloc. Let us come together and move Liberia forward. Thank you, Stanton. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Eugene, Vatogba, and my brother Fadiga. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know we're going to see you next week by God's grace. We want to say thank you. We're going to excuse you guys because you have to travel back home. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you. Fagon, Fadika, Aziva, a great show. I want to say thanks to all of you. Let's wrap this thing. And Fagon, you would take us home. Aziva, you want to go first? Can you unmute, please?
Yeah, you know, we are here to educate our people, not to provide them false pretenses to, achieve our goals. If I don't need to stop these like false claims that really circumvent the core of the conversation. The idea was doing business with Prince Johnson after he was sanctioned. He knows very well those funds were donated in 2017, prior to the sanction of Mr. Johnson. Nobody can doubt, Mr. Johnson's influence. Nobody can doubt he's the godfather. Look at the votes he got in Nima County and from Nimbayans in Monserrato when he was running for president. Significant, 112,000, I believe, or if not more. But he is sanctioned currently, and he's sanctioned for criminal activities. We can't just avoid that and say it didn't happen. And he's the godfather for Nima. He put Jeremiah Kuhn here up, and he is the one who criticized Jeremiah Kuhn about his own nefarious activities and corrupt activities in the legislature. He did. Nobody did it. Look at yesterday, what he said about Yombli. The next day, he sent a press release apologizing to her very insincerely, I must admit. I don't know if you saw it yet. But let's be honest with this thing. We don't have to lie on Mr. Cummings. Nobody is lying on Prince Johnson yet. That September 22 article, it was Prince Johnson referencing a time in the past. It was not him saying, today I received $50,000 from Mr. Cummings. No, not at all. Okay? So I'm happy Mr. Johnson, the other day he said, Mr. Cummings are a friend, and he not there to criticize, and nobody forcing to criticize, and that's good. He needs to be friends with the rest of the opposition. But when it comes to the governance of the country, with Prince Johnson proximity to Kuhn and Kuhn potential to be vice president, the people who put the sanction on him, the Global Magnitsky Act, people talking about crimes not transferable. I heard Rufus, and they didn't have the opportunity to address him on that. Nobody is saying crimes are transferable. We are saying the association, the influence is definitely transferable. And those are the issues. That's why the Magnitsky Act, we can have another discussion on it in Witherspoon on another day, where we break down the act and see the restrictions about people associating, doing business with, dealing with people who have been sanctioned by the U.S. government. You can't do that. You're not supposed to do that. This is in gross violation. I don't care what they want to say. So yes, I support opposition unity with competition within that unity. If we have decided as an opposition that George Weah must go, let's give people the opportunity to choose from the opposition. If the word is the Liberian people want the former vice president, let them go to the polls and elect him. But they can't force another individual to come and say he should, oh, I won't be vice president of Joseph Boyka, when Joseph Boyka has now reached out to him to say, oh, Mr. Cummings, can you please be my vice president? No, that's not how things work. Mr. Cummings, his goal is not to be vice president. He was not campaigning to be vice president like some other people were. No, he wants to be president, and he's doing what it takes for somebody to be president. He established in that role. He did it in the CPP. Under his leadership, the CPP was very successful. Unfortunately, when it got handed to a couple of other people, the CPP failed. But he stayed maintaining that CPP was the vehicle, and he kept that institution going under a new CPP arrangement. And that should be applauded by Liberian people if we are serious about, what we want to do. So hopefully, we can have these conversations and be honest about it and still be able to tell each other the truth, but work together as opposition, because like you were saying, there are election issues, election funding issues, census issues, the lack of voter awareness and civic education is critical. That rumor that came out, and somebody corrected me on another show where they said there was requirement for people to have national ID or something else before they could register. A lot of people stay away from the polls. I talked to somebody in Basel today. A significant number of people stayed away from the polls in Basel because they felt they had to go get ID and they didn't have any money to go get national ID. So hopefully we can really educate our people. This is like they say, the largest platform. So let this carry that label and that mantle that is a burden on us to provide to the people the best resources, the best information, provide clarity for them on these issues, and be able to discuss these things and not deteriorate the conversation into lies and innuendos and other things. So thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate coming on. And, me and Mr. Fagon were engaged at a different time. Any day, I'm ready to debate and discuss the issues when it comes to
And again, that's why we're glad to have you. It's very important for us to do this. We just can't do it alone. We have to bring everyone under the heart that we can have a good discussion. We say thank you very much. Abba, thanks a lot. Hussein Fadiga.
Well, I'm glad I said finally decided to come on Spoon. I know he's been coming off and a few months ago, the whole ANC ALP boycotted Spoon for whatever personal reason. That also speaks to one of my fundamental problems I have with the ANC. This morning I got up, saw the same people. I mean, we all calling for opposition unity. We all know the 800-pound gorilla in the room is George Weah. But there are a certain group of people that believe that only those that support Cummings are the people with character and are good morals. Look, I was just looking at Cummings announcing Team Cummings, and I looked down the list. If you can put, I don't even want to share. I don't think we have time to share. I look at Team Cummings, the list yesterday, and whenever I look at the list, I cringe. I said, you know that list. You know there are several questionable characters on that list. On that list of Team Cummings. These are the people that are going to be running Cummings' campaign. I supported Cummings. I didn't take a dime. It was never about money. But you guys think that you can denigrate people. You can go after people. You can bully people. You can bully librarians. Talk down to them. That is the problem with Cummings. That is the problem. I mean, I don't think Cummings endorses that, but the fact that he's remaining silent on these things and his followers go around Facebook, go around social media, go around different platforms, trying to denigrate people that do not support it. I'm a free thinker. We are all free to associate and disassociate ourselves with anyone we want. That is one fundamental right we all have as Liberians. The fact, look, I'll be very brutal honest with you guys. If I were Mr. Cummings right now, I would drop out of the race because there is no reason to. Look, there are certain things we're keeping close to our chest. We have done several polls. Madam Cooper says something, and I know she's been trying to be politically correct and something. We have done several polls around Liberia that poll Cummings that this election was held today. Cummings will not even come 5th place. And then you want me to keep supporting and going against what the Liberian people want? The Liberian people keeps telling you, calling here day to day, telling you they want boycott. Who is Cummings? That God saying to Liberia, if you were truly sent by God to redeem Liberia, he would do what is right by the Liberian people. You can denigrate the people, talk down to them, act like some elitists, act like you're too good for the people. No wonder why boycott didn't take him. That would have been a dream ticket. But if you think you're better than the man, why would he take you? You just came to Liberia. You had equal platform. You had equal opportunity to talk to the Liberian people. Joseph Boyka did not even put up a fight. Joseph Boyka never mentioned Cummings one day. He never talked down to him. He sat down and effortlessly beat the whole ANC. Effortlessly. He just sat down. And numbers keep going up. And that's something that's supposed to stay in the world. Who am I? I'm just an individual. Who am I? And someone say, oh, why you support? I can support anybody I want. We can all support anybody we want. But the notion that you think you will bully me, you guys just started it because I will ram up the attack on an individual if you guys continue to denigrate people and attack people on social media. I personally would do it because if I were Mr. Cummings today, I will move on this race and go sit down somewhere because you're not even going to come to a place. So insult me for Liberia. Call me names. It doesn't affect me. I've been around for long. I know this thing for long. We know how this thing go. You can bully people. Call me names. I can live with it. But what I will not stay is for you to shove something down the Liberian people throat that they do not want. If the diaspora actually mean well for Liberia, you will meet them where they are. If you refuse to meet them where they are, and you arrogantly decide to denigrate the people that you want to lead, and you think that they will support you, you think they're poor stupid? The people that are stupid? Why are they gravitating towards Boyka and not Cummings? Why? It's simple. They understand him, he can relate to them, and they can deal with him. This man has been in Liberia since 2014. He's still finding it difficult to penetrate our political cycle. You think that miracle? You think that medicine or that witchcraft? They're not witchcraft. The real wish are those people that refuse to conform. Those people that think that they are too good to conform. Those people that think that they can govern by just putting off. Liberian people have seen so many platforms. Who will bring platform for? That platform that people will eat? Platform are just words. When you gave that man the presidency job, we told the people pro-poll. He said all those flowery things. He came from Gibraltar. What did the people do with? What did he do with the platform? The Liberian people have seen it. They have had the army man. They have the native son. They have the pastor. They have warlord. They have all kinds of people that they have given a chance. How many times the people will keep giving people a chance that come with flowery speeches and nice words and playing in book? Those are books. Our people are visual. They are very people that want tangibles, realistic things. The simple thing the Liberian people ask for Mr. Cummings that he have not done, they want this man to fellowship with them. Liberian people believe in a servant leader, one that will fellowship with them. If you refuse to fellowship, you think that you can reinvent the wheel, then you will get what you have in today. The election, I don't need to be a rocket scientist to know which direction. Mr. Boyka may not win. It doesn't matter. But it is clear that when election was here today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, Boyka will come second, if not first. It's not even Cummings. Cummings not even tell fourth. And you keep slumming down the polls. Look on social media. You keep slumming down the poll. Then you go with your tiny set talking about they get one money. Cummings get anybody money. The man, they put 3 cardinal sin. They attack Cummings for 3. They attach the 3 cardinal sin in Liberian politics on Mr. Cummings. And rather than you guys spend your time trying to move that from behind him, you're still talking tabata. The first sin number 1, when Liberian men call you stingy, you don't want it. When Liberian men call you mean, you don't want it. Then they put your sexuality on it. Those are 3 different things. Those are the things that Cummings needed to address. They are going on. I'm not saying that those are good propaganda, but those are not things that you want on your name. And rather than you guys fighting to tell the Liberian people who Cummings is, to tell the Liberian people who this man who seems to be a stranger, even though he's been in the country for over 10 years, to tell the Liberian people who he is, to fellowship with the people, get them to know you, meet them down where they are, you're still talking at their day. How can you govern if you don't win? You must first win. Then you want us to believe, oh, it's not about winnability. It's not about winning. It is about winning election. You are nothing if you can't win election. You are nothing if you're not in position of authority. You are nothing. Some of you sit down here, you think you're leaders. What made you think you're leader? Same wave leader? Money grant leader? Western Union leader, you think that one made you leaders in Liberia? The people, when you hear the Liberian boys, the people know the leaders are there. They are Yeke Koduba, they are Darius Delon, they are Nyombri Kanga, they are Prince Johnson. Whether you like it or not, those are the people that they take cues from. If you believe that the system is broken and rotten, then get in and fix it. You can't sit down here and be running your mouth all over the place. No, it doesn't cut it. You will
All
lose
right,
again.
thank you, Ahassan.
I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Let's go to
So
Eugene.
fire
Let me
for
fight
fire.
down.
I'm team JMB. I
Thank
support
you.
JMB from today, tomorrow, and I will always support JMB. I wear in the hat. If you don't like it, jump in the pool. I will support JMB moving forward. You guys are. I will support JMB and I support JMB. He is the one.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your closing. I don't know. Before I go to Eugene, let me fight going. Eva, you want to say something? I see you shaking your head. I know we got to go, but you want 30 seconds? To be fair, because he said a lot, and I think you should.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, I just want to find out why is he angry? He talking about people talking down. He's doing the worst, denigration and down talking to people. Who upset?
Have you been following social media?
Maybe I
That is how you
haven't.
guys do. This is not your first time doing that to me or other people.
You say it's not a full first time.
This is not. It's not you particularly. It's not the ANC. That even the CPP. There are a lot of better people in the CPP. It's not the ANC first time attacking people that disagree with them.
But
that is your mantra.
Listen,
that is how
that is totally wrong when people do that. I speak about against it all the time.
Look around. You want me to say you post? You want me to
send me
it?
post? Sure, you can send me post.
Fadiga. Two lousy guys that spend all day talking at the
again, Fadiga, you did it closer. I was just giving Isaac about 30 seconds because he's from ANC CPP. Can you say something for us to go? Yeah,
all I want to say to Fadiga is I think he should calm down. Fadiga has supported Mr. Cummings. I believe in his heart, he believes Mr. Cummings is the best candidate to move our country from point A in a foul position to point B. His argument here is that the Liberian people say they want, Joseph Boyka. Okay, so he did his polls. Mr. Cummings will come fifth. Fine. Let Mr. Cummings come fifth. All I'm seeing is the vehemence, the vitriol, the anger. We need to move away from it. If we say we opposition, if Joseph Boyka win in the second round, I'm supporting Joseph Boyka. If Cummings win, I will go to all my people in Unity Party to come and support Mr. Cummings in the second round because I think collectively we believe that George Weah is not the right person to run our country. Mr. Cummings himself has said, if Joseph Boyka wins and goes to the second round, he will support him. So I think there need to be some level of cordiality and respect in the opposition. Not that we can criticize each other, not that we can point out flaws, but I think the vitriol, the anger, and all that kind of stuff, we should try to do away with it because most times when those who are leaders exemplify that kind of behavior, it's very easy for the followers, and most of our people are followers, whether we like it or not. Most of our people are followers and want to pay homage to and satisfy the person who they consider the leader, and it will do anything for you to notice that they're doing something in your favor. So my suggestion to you, my brother, we talk a lot in the background. I've not been following that negativity or that video.
Tiola Gibson, one of your insider is the mean one. She calls me, gossip about Cummings, tell all the negative thing about Cummings, then she go on Facebook and tell another thing. Two-face. Tiola Gibson, let me call her name.
But if she can
That's
call
you guys, we got to go on. That's okay. We got to move on. I'm so sorry.
Okay,
I think Ava will call you after the show.
I will call him.
And you guys will talk. Honorable Fagon, take us home, my brother.
Sometimes you laugh. This is the man the Liberian people call facts versus fiction. Let me start with my colleague Ava Tupa. When we made mention of the 50,000, you deny having knowledge. I reminded you instantly that just yesterday you were on the platform and you said you knew about the 50,000. You said no. The tip is still here. You said no. I said I heard it. Well, when it was proven that whether it was 20 years ago or 40 years, the argument was he gave PYJ 50,000. Now, we go to fact number 2. The fiction was, 2017. 2017, you knew anything called Nimba University? You knew when Nimba College became Nimba University? Do you know when it became a university for being a university? I put that in the chat room for the gentleman to see. The hypocrisy was what I was pointing out, and I was factually correct. It is proven beyond all reasonable doubt that Cummins gave PYJ, not University of Liberia or AMEU, PYJ University, 50,000. Now you go do your research. We will not waste our time on the truth. But one day you do business with PYJ, then the other day he's a murderer. Fast forward to Magdala Cooper. I put another stuff in the chat room because I don't want CEO to say, well, you want to belittle the woman or you want to denigrate the woman. No. All the insults she gave me are exalted. You know why? Because her intention was clear. She came looking for a fuss. As you can see, she could not answer the second question. So I used the Chinese philosophical approach on her. When they come with folks and you are standing on the edge of a chiasm, meaning a long opening that goes down, just clear the way and let them pass. They will self-destruct. That's why I apply tonight. She used several words to denigrate me. She tried to insult me. She tried to get under my skin, but my two questions she could not answer. In 2017, she was in bed with the same Prince Johnson and Joel Howard Taylor and preaching for her baby pa. Tonight, the man she campaigned with is now a murderer. I sent this in the chat room. So, Stanton, you can't argue with Mr. Fact versus Fiction. You cannot. She said, this man is a man with a big heart in 2014. She said, and we are going to Monrovia to change Liberia, unquote. When she came there, at that time she had her Africa Ebola phone. What did she say? I put it there. The Liberian newspaper, the American thing I sent to you. She said, you guys are looking at a what? Future First Lady. Is she the future First Lady now? That was her question. Then we fast forward. She comes forward tonight on this program and say, knowing that the president is married legally, she said, if I want Jawia, I can get him anytime, unquote. That's a married man. You can't say you want him, you get him anytime. Everybody got outside to him, they can get him. No, that's your baby's daddy. We have to respect that. But let's look at some of the things quickly in closing. She says she's not impressed with JMB pick. You a political leader. You say you're picking your own running mate next week. From Jerome, for your question. Do you expect your opponents to be impressed? If there is anything to go by, they will be depressed because you could beat them. They will be suppressed because it's -1, as in the case of Alex Cummins. You have taken your own, he will be looking for his own. So don't come here and tell us that we're smart. Again, you look at a man like Asif Atupa. We're having a conversation, and you say his question is redundant. By the way, let me say thank you, Asif, for not falling into that trap. But if Asif Atupa's question was redundant, and you still answer it, what was your answer? A redundant answer. That's what you gave. Then you come, you say, at the end of the day, you look at all of us and you just talk down to us. But you are supposed to be the one to unite the opposition. When you look at men like me and say, I'm a semi-quote, ridiculously hilarious, all kinds of things, and you expect me to respond to you? No, I'm too strong for that. I'm strong in character. No matter what insult you gave us on this platform, it is only the information that the Liberian people are looking for. So any day you want to disrobe us, naked us, cost us. The 4 Hebrew boys are gone. The platform remains. Some of us will go. The platform will remain. Thank you, former CEO, for giving the Liberian people a place where their voices can be heard and heard loud enough. But if Magdala Copper thinks that the game she played can be played again, she needs to understand that there's a different coach and there's a different player. To the Liberian people, yes, who here ain't say bad thing about the other people? As if I took in the CDC, if I you were chairman, I was in the CDC. So all the things we did as party members, as whatever, so time to rescue the country from this man. We should stand by now and fight against the people. No, there's a reason, as Magdala Cooper said, you were kicked out. I was kicked out, but she remains. And to tell us, I respectfully submit to the Liberian people, Magdala Cooper said, I'm quoting her, I don't have a personal relationship with George Weah. If that is the case, then how you don't get your baby full money? So you don't carry your son to see a child, to see a pa, or you don't talk to the pa when the baby's sick, or you don't have any personal relationship with the child father, then we need to take you to gender ministry, but I will stop there. I'll leave my own with God tonight. That's just who I am. I don't push it. But again, my brother Isaac, leave all the run around. The point I was making was that Alex Cummings gave PYJ University 50 grand in addition to the 70,000 he lost. We could have built a radio station and a TV station, and you and myself could be inside. Then they stand on not talking tabata.
I survived Toba. We got about 3 minutes left. I will not do my closing because I have said thanks to our guests and those that joining us. I want you to take 30 seconds to address what you heard and another 30 seconds to tell us about your upcoming convention. The CEO, Madam Titi, kind of want me to do this. Maybe you will bring business her way. So I will share her number with you and you set the stage for whoever part of something to go ahead and promote your convention. 30 seconds. Your May 13, 12, 13, 14 convention, and then you can address the rest.
I will see if the man will invite me. I will see.
Right. But man, you even got visa to go Liberia, so please lead the team. Your persona non grata right now. You said they expel you, but they expel me, they kick me out. I resigned from the CDC officially, so I never held government position.
What a difference! That one statement to talk.
Big difference. No, it's different. It's different. So yes, the convention, and I'll be hopefully on Monday. There will be flyers out. Mr. Cummings is making a statement on Monday, and I'm sure he will probably address that. He will be making it to the entire diaspora and ground Liberians, sharing some thoughts on some key issues. So we should be expecting the flyer out very soon. We'll be expecting some buzz about it, and maybe that could be another opportunity for me to talk to the madam. Maybe they will cover the program based on the people in town. But yes, the convention is supposed to be the 13th. That's when Mr. Cummings is expected to name his running mate. We look forward to a wonderful convention because there's a lot more, a significant number of our, aspirants will become candidates at that particular convention. Some clarity will be made about some of the policies and some of Mr. Cummings' plans. It will be shared, in our public space, especially how we expect to do some of the things he's talking about. We mentioned a few today in terms of how the government will get revenue. He's very strong on integrity and unplugging the leakages where we have just so much money flowing out of our revenue flow and it's not coming into the national budget. And then this whole lack of decentralization, how money comes in. I was just talking to somebody at the Liberian embassy. They were complaining how money just comes in. It goes straight to the national government and they don't even send that much to them, just trickle, And that's the same thing. The government posted the 70 different facilities that they gave money to. If you look at the budget, the number of, we can discuss that center. I will share the spreadsheet with you. where they say they made payments, where they put in the budget for 2022, what they actually pay for 2022. We see it, and we know that this government is just a vlag government. They're not giving the people the right information. They're very pretentious, and they're not doing what they're supposed to do. Right now, they're struggling. Look, we don't want the government to struggle. We want success. But success cannot happen if the government just closes itself and exclude the rest of the citizenry, whether it's a trickle down or whether it's full participation in the economy. It will not happen. And that's what needs to change. That's what the opposition needs to work together. With regards to what Fango was saying, I just hope we can have a discussion where he can come back to the people and show the date. The issue was doing business with Prince Johnson at a certain point after he got sanctioned. Okay? Mr. Cummings were not doing business with him after he was sanctioned. Yes, he gave money to the university. It's public notice. It's public information. Hopefully, we can go back and find whatever press release happened in 2017 when he gave him those funds. Or Mr. Johnson can come on and say exactly when Mr. Cummings gave him the fund. I was not with the ANC at the time. I cannot put my head in the chopping board on the date or the year or anything to that effect. But it was before the 2017 elections. It was not related to anything in the current space. Mr. Johnson was just giving a story, and it was a sensational story. So all the newspapers didn't carry the story. So hopefully we can get that right. People can understand and we can move forward. It's not that major an issue.
We want this debate. Please tell us about Musa Belete, the running mate to Kumis. Please talk about Kumis running mate Musa Belete. What are you laughing for? See, what are you laughing for?
Musa is running as a representative in his Sacred-PA area.
Costa was running as a senator. And then your chinche, your put Costa on a JMB, and you ran with it.
Yo?
ANC. My witness is right here. So the people are saying that
who your witness?
Is going to choose Belete. Can you comment on that?
No, Cummings is not going to choose Belete. Cummings is not going to choose Belete. Cummings has a committee. Listen,
Belete picture out tonight.
But give it, I think Ava is going somewhere. Give him the chance. Cummings have a committee. We heard about the committee. We don't know what's happening, but can you elaborate? How far can you go into this conversation?
I mean, we know the field right now is limited, right? Okay. So there are few people that are available as vice presidential candidates right now, and that's who they will choose from. Or
is it true that Cummings promised Liberians that he would take a female?
He said he would like to have a female. He did not say definitively.
It wasn't. It's not nothing on the stone, right? It was just.
But because Mr. Cummings believes in women empowerment, he would have preferred to have a woman run with him.
Let me exact on what Mr. Cummings said, Ava, because I'm liking you and I'm respecting you, and I believe
you're supposed to like me. I know I want people to like me. Don't try to bother me up. Just make it I don't care about people's opinion of me. I'm confident in my own
skin. The mess back.
What we hearing, they say that Belete is.
Belete will make a fun vice president. I still with Belete.
Let me go back to you, Ava. We are children. We realize in home. It is important to know that. Be exact. What did Mr. Cummings say? Because we have the tape, we have the document. Did he say he would carry a woman as his VP, or he said he probably, or he looked forward?
And I tell you, looking at Mariah.
Can you correct folks out there? What ready he said? Yeah.
My man, I will pay Eugene for the show. He said he would like a female, or like or prefer a female candidate. I do not recall Mr. Cummings ever saying my running mate will be a female. I don't recall that.
But is Mariah on the list?
Mariah, as far as I know, I try to pick the people on the committee brain. I even know all of them.
Can you help me whether it's true or not? Because we're not going with the Mariah issue yet. We know it's not true. But we do believe, and what I'm hearing, I may be wrong though. We have sources. They have 5 names. The committee have 5 names.
Okay.
But they can only present 2 of those names.
Wow.
Right? Okay. Is it true? That you guys went back to Tewangonglo? If you are free to say, fine. If not, that's okay. Is it also true that Mr. Cummings the committee is having a serious issue because one of those names is from the United States, and putting the United States individual on that ticket is just an exit door for CPP. What can you tell Liberians tonight?
I can clearly say if they put a candidate, or one of the their choices, somebody who's resident in the US, I myself would turn my back on that kind of ticket. That one part, it makes no sense. That's the first thing. The second thing is, and I have not made it a secret to people. My first preference from months ago was Gonglo. And I still believe Gonglo will make a very good vice president of Mr. Cummings, despite any other negative anybody can say about Gonglo.
But Gonglo just said that Cummings should go as his vice president. So what do you think he will accept?
Hold on.
Let me correct that answer, because I'm hearing from the Gonglo camp, and I'm hearing from the Cummings Select Committee. It's seriously, when I say this thing, people think it's a joke. But Gonglo said that before what we found ourselves in. Right. Because Cummings were also looking at Jeremiah Cohn, and everything was on the table. I cannot call name because it's not the right thing to do. But now Cohn is gone. If somebody said yesterday, there's nobody, I said no. They have re-engaged Gonglo. So let's see how far that would go. But it would be a good upliftment for Mr. Cummings if he can seal this deal with Gonglo. Because you're looking at the Edith Gonglo way, and you're looking at the Gonglo family in Nimba. It's like now a giant two-way. So let me ask you again. Is it true on a recording that I am privileged to and I listen to it, maybe I'm not going to share it, that Musa Bility was trying to convince Yombli Kanga Lawrence when she was in the United States to come back home, we want us to unite and you can join Cummings as his VP?
But I was just about to say, in my mind, Yombli is still a potential candidate to run with Mr. Cummings if possible. What you say for Eugene?
I really need to talk to my Abba tonight. Fadika, please give me a chance, because all of my question coming from a serious source within ANC CPP. All of my question. That's why and Abba know what I'm coming from. That's why
I really don't know where you're coming from.
So let me ask you,
I'm
Abba.
an opinionated individual.
That's the reason why Dr. Richard's in here tonight. We got the info.
You've been fair. So is it true that you guys were quoting Yombli? Is it still a possibility you think the committee going to engage her further?
In my mind, it's necessary for Yombli, Dillon, Costa, and even, because for me, I believe in reconciliation, even Ure to be engaged. Okay? The fact of the matter is we need a united opposition, whether in two big factions or whether under one umbrella, we need a united opposition like we have with the framework or the CPP. But within that, you can compete. There's nothing wrong with competition.
My last question, and I know we'll have you Monday and the rest of the week. My last question to you, Abba. What about the name Clarence Moduba? Have you guys engaged him? Have he spoken to Mr. Cummings? Because both of them now, folks are saying, the reason why I asked the question, they are Madam Salif babies. They were grown and brought in by Madam Salif.
Who?
How do you look at that, though?
Who all were groomed and brought in by Madam Salif?
Cummings and Clarence.
Oh, man, like Cummings, I know that Cummings was groomed and brought in by Madam Salif.
Well, we can go back to 2016, 2017. He got Madam Salif blessing. But let's just have the conversation. Have he met Cummings?
Again,
have Clarence met Cummings?
As much as I would like for Madam Salif to go to war crime school, Madam Salif is the most dexterous political figure in the history of Liberia. So we got to give her that credit. So if anybody under her umbrella, or she brought anybody in, or she has influence, it's because she has worked towards.
Have Clarence met Cummings?
I believe Clarence has met Cummings. There should be, and I think I think people in the opposition should meet. I think discussion should not be taboo. Like people expect it to be.
Why you say thank you?
You will stay another week on the show, Abba. You've been honest with us tonight. You will stay another week on the show.
I can't be anything but else. Let you just talk. Let you just talk.
I think Abba is a contradiction of the partisan.
And Musa Belete suffer with Cummings, so he will lead them to take Dr. Richardson and the other poor too.
I mean, Dr. Richardson is not there. What are you talking about, Dr. Richardson?
And Mariah and Belete. They went to suffer with Cummings forever since. So
Belete have
Look,
Better have
look.
a Facebook.
Stanton, let me answer Eugene.
Wait, not be there suffer. And the papa together. I see you. The way Belete and Morayo suffer with Kumis. So Kumina looking at it because they were on a list. I have a question to you.
Okay, so let me answer your question. Whatever list you saw, that a list with invisible ink, what they just wrote it quick and just disappeared soon you saw it, because those two names, as far as I know, they're not on any list. And just to clarify for people, look, people get expelled from political parties and they come back. There have been many instances with political parties across here. Before, even Dillon, the LP, before he came back to the LP, he was basically expelled because he was Dillon for Ellen. Okay, so different reasons why people get expelled from political party and why they reconcile. So this thing, like something happens, so it's impossible for people to speak to each other again. Maybe like the war mentality that people stay God. No, there should always be room for conversation and discussion. I don't care how you angry with somebody. I don't care what they do to you. You have to be able to face that person and have some kind of talk, some kind of discussion, because the possibility exists to forgive and move on, or to forgive and stay engaged, in a different...
Answer my question. The way Morayo and Pirete suffer with Kumis.
They will keep suffering. They have to keep suffering. They're part of the team, but they're not on the list. So that does not compare.
It's going to be 12 o'clock in the country.
Yombly suffer, my man.
But let me ask you a question, Ava. Though I want to leave, let me ask you though. Have you heard of any communication, of any promise that were made to Costa or Yombly or Yuri or anyone else that you would be the VP?
From Joseph Boyka?
Yes.
Hell no. I didn't hear nothing.
Thank you. So why people are saying they were betrayed?
I believe, again, I think I spoke about that. So when it came out of the CPP with, the LP and the ANC, they probably still had a CPP mindset and the construct of the CPP framework that somebody within that group would be the vice presidential candidate. But they never put it on paper, and that is the problem. When you don't,
but there was no CPP.
No, that's what I'm saying. But they still had a loose arrangement or loose agreement with.
So you cannot blame Joseph Yima Boyka.
No, who's blaming Joseph Boyka?
No, I'm just asking you, because a lot of people say they will betray. There's nothing about I would take Ava. I promise Ava. Now I'm taking Fadika. No, there's nothing.
My man, look, let's be honest here. There are relationships sometimes that are not spelled out. We don't know where the background discussion used to be between Costa and the Pape. Costa had a very personal, close relationship with Pape. Costa vouched for him everything. Youngly had expectations about
Mariah just went to Nigeria with police again.
Let me say this. Focus on me. Focus on me. Leave Eugene alone. Focus on me. Listen real quick. You may not know, right? You may not know, right? And even today, this morning, we had a conversation. There were no promise made to anyone. Joseph Yima Boyka, former vice president, kept this thing to his chest. Joseph Yima Boyka have agreed that he would die with this thing, but he will only name on that day. Folks, family members, people close to Joseph Yima Boyka didn't know.
Oh,
and I would agree with you. I would say this.
Okay, let me ask the two of you something. We only call to you asking questions. Let me ask you a question. Is it true that before December of last year, that Joseph Boyka and Kun had relationships and engagements?
Okay, so I will answer you sincerely because I know. Tell them to just text you. They shouldn't call you.
Yeah,
I will answer you like this. Joseph Boyka, if any of you remember Fadika, go back. It was on Facebook. He traveled to Nima County. One of the statemen died and went for the funeral, right? He spent 2 to 4 hours talking to this gentleman, the ANC after today. Tewon Gonglo. They discussed about the future of Liberia. They had a long meeting. And he told Tewon, this is Liberia, everybody free to run. There was no promise made. What you are talking about, it wasn't a promise given to Jeremiah Cohn that I
didn't say promise.
No, I'm just correcting you. You know how this thing started?
But how you correct me when I made anything wrong? I asked a question. How you correct me?
Well, you know how this thing started, though?
No.
It started when Joey messed up. When CDC decided to push Prince Johnson. The one Jeremiah Cohn name came about. So Jose Yima Boyka nobody will show you any document that he made promise to Yombly, Ure, Costa, Jeremiah Cohn, Tewon Gonglo, and Cummings or anyone. He didn't.
Well, I agree with you.
I'm not talking to you now, Alba. I'm talking to the, because you know what? Maybe it's God, but folks call me. We have good, friendly conversation, political leaders. So I can tell you. So when people start saying that, oh my God, we thought it's supposed to be A, we thought it's supposed to be John Brown, then I said, no, it is not right. Because you know what? If Jose Yima Boyka were to pick Ure today, the same complaint was going to continue. It is why it is. Folks need to move on. I will not call the senator name. From the one I told the senator, a popular senator, I said to the senator, let me say something to you. This game you're playing, you need to stop. I said this. I know you reading something. You will say something about. I said to the senator,
my big brother saying he blaming all of us in the opposition.
I said to the senator, I said, Senator, let me say this to you. It is important. You stop running with this story that Jose Yima Boyka would take Yomli Kanga. It was almost 3 months ago. They said, oh, how you know? Yeah, I said, listen, we do this thing. We didn't go to school for it, but we just do it and we listen and we speak to folks. So I must tell you this. It would be good for Jose Yima Boyka if he remained quiet. And they were pushing. And they were pushing. And today, the senator realized and said, yes, Stanton, what you were saying is true. Brother, I would say this to every one of you guys. It's good sometimes for you to wash your hands, then you will always sit on the table with the king. What happened is no betrayal. Jose Yima Boyka went with everything in him because he wanted to win election. And that's the way it is. I'm sorry. And I hope folks will not say that about Cummings tomorrow, because Cummings had never promised anyone. Cummings taking his own time. And once he announced, it will be the best for Cummings.
How you managed to know? Cummings travel to Nigeria where you could.
I know. You know why I managed to know? You asked a question because Musa Benete told me that Stanton, I'm not interested in being a vice president, and I told Cummings that. So we cannot tell Musa Benete name to Cummings.
Stanton, why people keep talking about this betrayal thing, and instead of saying using loyalty, I believe based on what Yombly was doing, everything she did from the CPP, from moving, joining Ure, Boyka, and the other people to accuse Mr. Cummings of fingering document, all of those things she did it with the hope of being vice president to.
But let me ask you though, have you ever heard on Facebook, on social media, on a tip, by text message, that Yombly Kanga Lawrence ever said, I am endorsing Jose Yima Boyka and I am fully supporting Jose Yima Boyka?
I believe she did that at a program when Jose Boyka either came from abroad or something. There is factual evidence.
The only person that ever stood and took bullets was Bernard Ure. The only person that ever said since 2016, 2017, I would support Jose Yima Boyka was Bernard Ure. Yombly sounded like DeLon. I'm leaning JMB.
No.
Okay? I would say this to you, brother. I would say this because I know it. The last major program that was held in Grand Bassa, the Dollar Rally, Yombly didn't announce that she endorsing Jose Yima Boyka. It's different. Go to the record, go to the tip, and I stand to be corrected. And I will say this to you. We are not trying to throw or divide, but it is true. Une Bena Yure took bullet, stood, both from ANC and CDC and the rest of them. Yombly never. So a lot of factors will come into play, but well, the three have left the station. Let's move on.
Thank you. That's the point. So just
I got one question for you. One question for you. What are you talking there?
For me?
No, Isaac.
Yes, sir.
You guys keep mentioning that I hear Mr. Cummings say one thing, I hear you say one thing, but your followers say another thing. When will Cummings rein in his supporters to let them know that the united opposition is possible, in that they should lend their support behind a candidate that will come out successful, so that it's not just words? Because I see you saying
I just said it yet, though. Sorry to interrupt.
He said it. I said he said it.
Mr. Cummings has said it. Mr. Cummings has said it in the ANC chat rooms. Mr. Cummings has said it in interviews. Mr. Cummings believes in
I've heard it too.
Position. So Mr. Cummings cannot police every ANC person. You have a relationship with Tiola. You were talking. I'm
not even talking about Tiola. Tiola is just a menu portion. I'm not even seeing her. Forget about Tiola and all the
okay.
What I want to say, what is Cummings not doing right? If you are to advise your Cummings, Mr. Cummings right now, what is he not doing right?
In terms of what?
Why is he struggling in the polls? Why is he struggling? I'm sure you guys do an internal poll. Why is he struggling? Why is he struggling to connect with the Liberian people? I want you to be honest.
I don't think Mr. Cummings is struggling to connect with Liberian. I think that's a propaganda that's out there. Because if you look at the ANC members,
let me give you one example. We tired suffering. George Weah left the country for 48 days. Cummings decided to bring people. They couldn't even get 2,000 people to come up. For something that was so pertinent to the Liberian people. I mean, you know how powerful a political leader is based on his command of the people. Cummings could not even bring 2,000 people. I think that was one of the greatest defeat to the ANC, CPP when they pulled those people up. So tell me, why is it not possible for them to get at least 10,000 Liberians for something that worthy?
Okay, so there are always situations that happen. The first thing you wrong on the numbers about not even 2,000. The second thing is, and Eugene mentioned here, the 70,000. If you having an event where you got to pay transportation, you got to do this, you got to do the other one, you got to have people who got influence mobilizing, and you lose $70,000, you think that's something that easy to just replace?
Hey, my man, that millionaire we're talking about. So you go to,
okay, let's assume the
millionaire money. Alva, let me say this: it wasn't about now Cummings never had the money. It was about a bad timing to give such an announcement.
But hold on one second.
So Alva is right. So even so, though Yaga Koroba say he blamed me and the spoon network, but it was bad planning.
Y'all have play inside.
It was bad planning. Okay, I'll say you're right. It was bad planning, and these are the same folks that still planning bad things for Mr. Cummings.
No,
exactly.
These
are the same folks that still planning bad things for Mr. Cummings. We can argue this because you know why? Mr. Cummings himself is a good guy. Mr. Cummings himself means well for Liberia. Mr. Cummings can make a beautiful, good president or one that will transform Liberia. We all agree. But Mr. Cummings lacking something.
My man.
Something.
My man.
That is getting too late.
Let me tell you.
We cannot cry more than the be
Let me tell you something. That's an opposition label. When Mr. Cummings meet the people, when he engages them, okay, they resonate with him. The message he gives them resonate.
You want me to play? Oh, let me play a recording from Bon Country.
No, don't play. Wait. Don't play. Wait. Don't play, James. James, can you put it up? Wait, I beg you. Now, this one will take.
I received the recording from
Afadika. James, can you put this up? Give us 20 seconds. James will put it up. I received this thing today. I was laughing when I received it.
You
James,
saw
do this.
Oh, man.
Put it up. Hold on 1 minute. I want Abba to talk while James put it up. This will take us to James. Put the recording up. The one that you did today. From Fadika.
Better man for Bon Country. Send it to me the morning crying on coming.
Yeah.
Oh, let me
No, he putting it up. Leave it. He putting it up.
You know what? Tony, I didn't share in the chat room. I come and share ANC headquarters, the people that are sent there to go do on a fact-finding mission in Bon County are coming share that way in the chat room too. So you can know that we're not just talking here or off the top of our head.
Fadiga, why are you vexed with Mr. Cummings now?
No, I don't let people to waste our time. This is Liberia. It's because of all of us. We should not personalize this thing. We should put our self-interest aside and put the country up for. Look, George, we risk losing this election. And the person with the most chance of winning should be supported. Why waste our time beyond 7 and 10 place? You know, Mandela Cooper, even though she retracted, she said a thing. The Liberian people won the native paper. That's what they won.
Oh, man. You're indulging in tribalism. It's not healthy for our
country. And not tribalism, and Liberianism.
Okay.
Liberianism.
Well, you can play the one tape. We're on the tape.
They don't play the tape. I will play the tape. It's coming up. Don't play Hussein. Wait.
You raise as a Fatuba blood pressure for nothing, Jenna. For what?
For what? I will raise my blood pressure. I'm here what we're talking about.
As if you are a man, my man, you will continue us. At least you don't get vex like that.
What is there to get vex about? Especially when there's no substance in some of the things you're saying. I can get vex.
And that's exactly why the Liberian people don't let you fall, because you always condemn them without condescending statement.
No.
But let's go ahead.
I'm talking specifically. My man, again, you're attributing things to you that you didn't earn. You don't represent Liberian people. The three of you on the panel, you don't represent Liberian people.
No, I do represent some of them.
Every time we hear calls from Liberia, almost 99% of the callers are telling us what they want.
So then,
I don't want peace. I want problems always. I don't want peace. I want problems always.
Jesus crazy.
Amen. Is you say
you know we always follow you when you on spoon talk in the night, and you always say the truth. So there's certain thing happening here to ANC Bon County. I want to tell you, people are not serious-minded people, and when you can be saying it makes sense. They are not serious. They keep fooling Kumi and passing around with him, pretending that he will win election in Liberia. I was one of the strong men for Kumi in Bon County. This is my disappointment with them. They sat down in America with the guy, a group in America there, Yasini then, I said, Vatuba, all of them. They pretend that Mr. Kumi is the Messiah, and they keep lying to him. They came in Bangai, we organized a big program to Phoebe Hospital. They know me. Since Hawaii, Yasini, all of them know me. But the way I see them proceeding, lying to this man, he started linking himself with Musa criminal ability. There where I knew that he got them offer a game. That has some started supporting on black guy. When you see we break away from ANC, that's the reason. And the chairman just pledged his support to MPP, with the five standard belt to CDC, Joel Havatela. When you were seeing some people in ANC t-shirt in Bangaya marching with Joel, that's the reason. When some of us stood our ground, we will remain with JMB. And trust me, for yesterday in the program, what he named me running mate, the club, everything was packed in Bangaya, celebration of all war. So what you always say on Spoon FM is true. We listening to you guys here.
I don't want peace. I want problems always.
I don't want peace.
I don't want peace. I want problems always.
That audio, honestly, that was
I'm done.
A listener.
Fadiga, you bad though.
And I've been listening. I got nothing to do with that.
But
I woke up
that's
this
what
morning.
you say. You got nothing to do with me. That thing is contrived. So
it was never contrived.
That tip.
You want me
to? That tip is contrived. Fadiga.
I don't want peace. I want
ANC headquarters. I sent my team on the field in Bon County to care for ANC headquarters. Almost 1 month ago. I just posted it there. Look at ANC headquarters. The thing is dead.
I'm sorry,
I've been keeping that information.
Fatiga, but what are you crying for? You say that people want boycott. Why are you crying
the
behind
Liberian
comments?
people
You
time.
say that people want boycott. Why are you crying? You bringing new weak arguments every day. Why are you crying behind comments? Go behind boycott. You got your cap on. Wear that cap.
I will support boycott. I will
Yeah,
support the Liberian
boycott.
people.
Support boycott. Forget about comments. That's all I'm saying.
Support the Liberian people.
Except you won't live according to your man. You just want trouble. Then trouble will find you. But go
But
support
the
boycott.
ANC guy, the ANC chairman in the diaspora.
Ego, that ANC chairman, that tape contrived is very clear.
That tape is real. I'm telling you.
My man.
I don't want peace. I want problems always.
The ANC headquarters are begging you. They're the Liberian people that are wasting their time in the diaspora.
Why you worry about people? Why you not worry about yourself? You wasting your time crying behind
because since this morning, you're worrying about
you.
boycott more than joy we are. I want us to focus on we are.
No, don't want where you want. Focus on your candidate. Promote your candidate.
Next week we will have Senator Steve Zago. You understand? Senator Steve Zago is running again. But it's a very, 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 very rough terrain he's in this time around. Because you know what? He was with Liberty Party. Now he must go back and submit himself to Musa Bediti and that part of Liberty Party if he want to be on the Liberty Party ticket. Or he will be running as an independent. Or he should ask Jose Yima Bwaka to run as a seat on the UP ticket. But what will leave Galaba Kotiman? We'll put this down here for a minute. So therefore, he's coming to explain what's going on. Will he still run though? Is he still running? Seriously speaking, is he still running? Because he cannot run as an independent. He cannot run as Liberty Party except Musa Bediti gave him his blessing. So it's a rough era he's in right now. Join us Monday as we listen to Senator Stephen Zago. Let me bring
Senator Zago.
Yeah.
No, it's just sad that you guys are recognizing a strategic mistake by the vice president in his election.
You see it?
So, instead of focusing on his election,
we send our team there. Look at the party headquarters. Look at. Nobody there. No food, nothing. Nobody going there. Just a dead ghost town. Like nobody ever live in the
You are muted as a Viking. You unmute. You are muted.
Since you want to know what we saw before.
My man, share everything. There's no problem to share.
What's this? What's this?
Most buildings
in like that's in Bon County. The place is completely dead. Nobody have gone to that place in the last 5 years.
That ANC headquarters.
Okay. That's somewhere where people ain't go fire, but it's freshly painted. Man, Fadiga, man.
Yeah, you're just in the hole saying that.
Fadiga, seriously, you acting like some kind of chick that really got hurt or some kind of man, jealous man who they just free or that how you acting?
I'm a jealous man that a jealous
man. Yeah, you jealous man, I'm thinking. You're a jealous man right now. You're not functioning. You're not functioning. I don't care what kind of
Wait. The ANC play. I get
you just show the picture of Tottenham High. The picture here not better than Tottenham High.
But Ava. No, you can't go, Eugene. No, you can't go. I know we gotta go, but Eugene, you can't do this. Cummings is the richest political leader in Liberia.
Richest millionaire.
Hey, Ava, how can you justify this? Ava, focus, my man. Former chief of staff, focus. How can you justify this? Coming as the richest political leader in the country.
You're working on the ground.
Why the party headquarters looking like that, brother?
Okay.
Why?
You're showing the poorest United Party headquarters. Let's see the comparison. Then we get
No. I'm asking you. So you agree with that party headquarters?
But you looking at picture that lie? That might lie. How the party headquarters look from what the man telling me.
I send my team there.
When I stand up, you think I know that man who that lie, stupid lie?
But are you regretting that you guys can? It's something that's not been done.
Regretting what?
Yeah, I mean, look at the building, though.
What wrong with the building?
There's nothing wrong with that building.
They play. Why Eugene used to stay that building better than it? They play.
Why Eugene used to stay?
The place Eugene was staying in Moravian, that building way better than it. The mosquito,
I'm not talking about.
No problem.
When I met. Any man say he nearly died. The malaria he was dying from, he said they poisoned him. The malaria the man was dying from, he said they poisoned him.
Oh God, man, got a bad guy. Wait, why you telling the Eugene mosquito eating you from? Man, we talking about your party, man. Your party is the richest party right now in the country.
No, you cannot show me any documentation that got ANC assets more than any other party assets. You can't.
So your party is not the richest party. Your political leader is not the richest opposition political leader in the country.
You come in, measure somebody wealth, and they say Bernard the richest. Bernard with your papa, he the richest.
Bernard with my papa.
I got 10 more of that video to show.
You can show 50 video. You can show video or everywhere.
On behalf of my family, would like to contribute $1.50 to the renovation of that.
But what is 50 cents for? What is 50 cents for?
That one that would rub and leave in his palm. They used to be eating the poor salary.
Boncante, Boncante is very, very, very juicy.
The largest trap in
you guys want to do that in Boncante? You're going to abandon Boncante like that?
They abandoned Boncante.
You saw how many people were over there. I can show you pictures of the ANC people.
I can show you a recording that people went to Alexander Cummings in here and said, "My gay is in Boncante, leave." And they had to rush Cummings all of Boncante because my gay was there. We got a video.
No, somebody went whisper in somebody's ear that the one you say you heard. Stand
we
up.
got a video.
Stand up. Before they respect you, spoil. Not letting the people take you to be liar. They don't respect you. When I bro lose respect for you, you see the kind of song of people can we make it for Joey? Eh? When they say song of people that even make it for Joey.
My God. They said Maggie coming or somebody went whisper you coming here. Maggie coming, let go. Come and check out.
Okay, you know the party probably even got headquarters. They can be having meeting to Vapela Hotel in Boncante. They don't have headquarters over there.
All right, but the Papa already knew. The Papa need headquarters.
He admitting that they need headquarters. You have found all your excuses, brother.
The millionaire, what's the millionaire headquarters? They even put one food for the people in that area there.
You think you're taking for joke? Well, Mr. Coming disrupt your you see the numbers in 2023. October 10. October 10. You don't cry. Anyway, you see my shoulders? You see my shoulders? I used to cry on my shoulders.
The only person that will always cry on that shoulder that your wife. When you're not
my wife don't cry. My wife tough. My wife is tough. She don't cry.
Okay, but let me say this to you, Ava. You still have hope for Mr. Cummings? Do you still
got hope? Still implies that it left.
It left before because it coming back now. Do you still have hope?
Stanton, let me ask you a simple question. Who do you think is the best, most qualified candidate to move our country forward among all the candidates? Who?
We know who the Liberian people want.
My man. I asked a question. And now who the people want? I'm asking Stanton. You didn't ask me a question yet. I answer him. I'm asking you, Stanton, you tell me who is the most qualified and
competent with you.
Talk it here.
No whispering.
No, I would not tell you. I would be very sincere. With my friend Ava. Mm-hmm. Though sometimes when he's mad, he can insult me, but that's okay.
My man can blast sometimes.
Ava, let me tell you.
Why you always like crying before you answer questions?
Hey,
man, you get all the babies, man.
Right now, Ava, come on now. Listen, you asked a good question. Right now in Liberia, I would tell you right now, if everything were before, I think Mr. Cummings can do a damn good job.
Thank you.
To redeem Liberia.
Thank you.
Listen, folks who would disagree with me, but I think Mr. Cummings.
Very few people who would disagree with you.
Mr. Cummings, take anything you want to take. Them just put all the joke aside. I think he can do a damn good job to persecute, to build our education system, to revamp the economy mightily. He can do that because that's his best. And I think he can bring some credibility and he can bring international investor in that country that we have never seen in our lifetime. I believe it. But do Liberian people understand that? That's a different question.
That's a
I'm
separate
sorry
question.
if I hurt.
That's a
I'm
separate
sorry if I
question.
hurt people, but that's what
a
I
separate
believe in.
question. That's a separate
Yeah.
question. Thank you
Okay.
for answering. I will
Okay.
not ask you Fagon because he got credibility. He will not tell the truth. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna ask
okay.
you. Don't answer my question. I ask you.
I get credibility, but I get ability. So since I'll utilize the ability. Let me tell you this. When you ask a person, do you think who's the best person that can do a good job and that sort of question, all the candidates, in my opinion, are very decent people, hardworking.
It's not about being a decent person.
No, wait.
Let
me answer your question.
No, don't change my question. I won't let you change my question.
Repeat your question. Let me answer a word.
I told you I want you to answer my question. Leave my question.
Can I answer that question?
The question I got for you, Eugene, show me or give me the address for the 15 county headquarters for Unity Party across the country. Give me that one.
Todman boy. Vata. You know Vata?
Look at it, man.
But let's move ahead, remember. The message of 15 county, you two, you name me. But I've though, I just believe that I was sincere to you. But the Liberian people right now, because of the condition and where they find themselves in with George Manawia, they are making a different decision. And the will of the people is the will of God for now. So that's what I just want to say.
Yeah, he has an impressive and an impeccable, good character, record, and everything when it comes to corporate America. But I'm afraid to tell you, the Liberian people are wise. Their country is not a corporate institution. Let's accept that as a fact. Therefore, they applaud Kumis for having knowledgeable ideas on running a corporate institution that exists. However, a complicated society as Liberia and a country with over 16
what's so complicated about Liberia, Eugene? Tell me today. You're always trying to create the over sophistication of Liberia. What is the complication in Liberia?
Yes, we'll tell you the complication.
Yeah.
In America, when you get to the traffic light, you stop. You book that light, you get your ticket. 35 miles per hour. You go over 60, you got your ticket.
Okay.
At the end of the day, don't touch little girls or whatsoever. The law.
So the law. Hold on.
Whoa! I'm coming to tell you, give me the chance.
Okay.
You want to know what complicated about Liberia? Liberia is a country of 5.2 million people that you know. A budget under $1 billion that you know. It's a rich country with poor people that you know. We have culture, traditions, and what have you that you know. So does a corporation have culture, traditions? Does a corporation, whoa. I said tradition.
Well, you never work in corporate America.
Yeah, no.
You never worked in corporate America.
Yeah, because corporate America gets so bush. I know that.
You never work in corporate America. If you don't know, there's a corporate culture in different.
So guys, it's 8:12. That will be 12:12 in Liberia. Aaron Kuban got to go home. It was good having you, Honorable Fagon. Ava Togba, as always, come back again.
Any day come, I will
send
you
UJ Fadika. We want to say thank you. But Ava, though, it's a great conversation. We're going to continue this, man. You always welcome, my brother. My regards to you and your family.
I have to welcome.
However, you need to tell your comments people rather than boycotting.
Hey, my man. I say you leading people.
Hold on now.
Thank you for coming and joining Team Wakai.
No, you people have been boycotting this network, and it is at your own detriment.
UJ, I don't know you to be a negative guy, my man.
No, I'm not negative. I just realist.
Man has crossed already. You are not sweet talking.
I don't want sweet talking.
You want sweet? I don't want peace. I want problem always. They may not going back.
But how you call him, Fadiga? Why so soon you are endorsing Jose Yimabwaka?
No, I supported Boyka 2017. Everybody knows. Usually if I go, no, I support it. This is what I'm supporting Boyka. I'm supporting Boyka because Boyka is what the Liberian people want. And by me standing, just an individual. By me standing in the way, I would just be standing in the way of something. And there's something about Boyka that most people, but man, I have followed Boyka for a long time. Look, Boyka, it's easy to believe one thing about someone when people talk about corruption and other things, but there are few things I just sit in my own cycle and think. Boyka has so many opportunities to do some things that is typical of Liberian politicians. This man was a vice president for 12 years. His children, who are very competent, Unlike Ellen Johnson, support all children, all the different and millions of dollars became millionaire. Boyka Church, he was not instrumental in getting a job. He did not influence anything. They all served in low-level position around the Sirleaf administration for 12 years. And I've heard people within his inner circle say he's like that. It shows a man with principle.
You know how much they are getting paid, Fadiga? You know how much they are getting paid?
Guys, let's go. Guys, let's go. Avad, you are you on a Monday?
You cannot argue that. You cannot argue that.
Are you on a Monday with Steve Zago?
Yeah, we meet the senator.
Dr. Richardson is off on Monday. Salamatu will be on. Leo will be on. Iremi Gray. Fagon will be.
She on the list of VP pick. Y'all say no.
Fagon will be moderator. Fagon will be moderator on Monday.
We're gonna start getting better substance from you.
Let me tell Alva something. Alva, I was looking at the list of incomings 2023. You know how many people left on our list? Yeke left on our list. Imona Yeto left on our list. I like Cummings, but Cummings need to calibrate his leadership.
But man, why you can't focus on Joseph Boyka? You already said
I like Cummings.
Why you focusing on Cummings? Why are you focusing on Cummings? You show me the Joseph Boyka radio station. You show me all the things you want for coming to high. You show me
Boyka is godfather. Everybody will give free.
Okay, but then it's an
I don't want peace. I want problems always.
I want problems always myself. They call me troublemaker sometimes. I want problems. Me, I want problems. I don't
think that bring on behind you. They say you're the ANC people. You ain't want peace. You want problem always. And when we're running the ad in 2023. Not the ad.
Eugene, your propaganda has not been effective.
Oh, but we don't want leading now in the polls. Why are you not propaganda?
Man, your poll where you measure every day, nobody got problem with it.
If you're at the top, why are you not propaganda?
But man, when you're at the top, you're not looking behind the people who behind you.
But who's looking at you?
But what are you doing?
Our people will close the show. Let's close, guys. Good come on. Aaron Kuben come on. That was a good program. Folks will say thank you and we see you. Don't forget, tomorrow will be coming back with God Can Bless Anybody. Pastor Raymond Carter saying, and good day, and the team will be here tomorrow with God Can Bless Anybody.
People still watching this show.
You still got 2,428 people watching.
Hey God, I don't embarrass Eugene. Eugene, sorry, man. I swear. Sorry.
You embarrassed me. You get a 50,000. You say you didn't know you wouldn't have, right?
We did.
Oh, you get it now? You confess?
I told you when.
I told you don't jump which way you get paid.
But I would disagree with you if I go. I think you're my friend though. When Cummings gave PYJ that money, PYJ wasn't on a sanction.
Thank you.
That's not the point.
That was the point. That was the point. That was the point.
No.
That was the point. That was the point.
I know we're closing the show. Our guys gotta go sleep. Let's set the record straight. When Cummings contributed that amount, whatever the amount was, to PYJ. But let me finish now. PYJ, he wasn't on a sanction. And when the sanction came, then they said, don't do business. Okay? That's the clause. So therefore, we cannot hold Cummings responsible for giving PYJ 50,000 when it was all clear. This very United States government worked with PYJ when he was executive. When he was chair on. But let me be fair now. Give Cummings the choice. Cummings will not go to Nimaka there and give PYJ money.
I must say, Stanton, Stanton, we usually be quiet, but me give Stanton small flowers because tomorrow I will get him dirty water. Stanton, I must say, sometimes I don't know whether that conscience can catch you or you got that vein in you to be honest with me. No. He came and honestly spoke to the kids, and he did it 3 times tonight, and I respect him for that. I
hold my ground.
But you hold your ground out. That quick saying you standing on, you already deep in the water, but you know it.
Then don't say the man we get man. Every day you say the man we get man, go get a man 50,000.
Mr. Cummings has not uttered those words towards Prince Johnson. Have you heard him bring a tip?
Now y'all can always say, man.
But when that lie that Prince Johnson is a wicked man, Prince Johnson is a wicked man. That's not lie.
I'm not for you to talk.
No, I can tell him to his face. I told him on the show. I can tell Prince Johnson any day. Prince Johnson sat there and watched the torture of Samuel.
Amen. Leave my uncle alone. Prince Johnson and my uncle now.
We said thank you very much, Rika. Abba, we said thank you. Eugene Fagon, thank you. We will be.
Eugene, if y'all can
we'll be back Monday. Tomorrow is God can bless anybody, folks.
I don't want peace. I want problems always.
I don't want peace, my brother. I want problems.
Prince Johnson and Wicked Man, you now look for different problem again.
I got problem.
Okay. You're back. Thank you very much. Fagon, thank you. Al Hussein, thank you. James, good day. I know Aaron left, right? Aaron stay in studio. I know it's after 12. I'm not hearing you, James.
Aaron facing connection problem. He trying to come on.
But want to say we are grateful. We can end the show. I know you can end it from this end. And if you guys can, there will be God can bless anybody tomorrow, correct? Just a 1 hour program, and you guys can confirm it with the CEO. I heard her saying that the folks want to hear you guys, and also call Pastor Rema. Folks, good night. Have a wonderful, wonderful evening wherever you are. Till we meet again, may God bless you, may God keep you, and may God bless our country. Have a wonderful evening. Bye-bye.